principles of the pledge, and the man who's ampa oya kwapa no. That is where we can be referred to as good citizens of the land.
Good citizens.
So I just
good citizens.
Good citizens. Because we are opposite, and the pledge ne catch no. No man assess oda in a d. Esu assess oda in a d. And I'm more assess utu. Now this so of my gun and nimunyam. It is once we are in the month and beyond even the month. I think right after Anopa, when you are to Pema or your devotion, only create a you know. The next person you are supposed to speak to is your land, Ghana land. Speak good things after the pledge. In the midst of all this erade, me kasase Ghana, you better try you say, Mebunu benye jumaye, enipa ebebu nipa, ubia bebu penyu bebu akwada, ye de kredi ebeye juma. Afe ye beki kan hu se Ghana, yemfa akwadro, yemfa amanyo sema enye papa. Iti Ghana me kwabna santiam tuwe, me wa reshim se ye peja emu kakra. Uya usada nase. So hwe nkura atwa ho ahie nyina na hwe de ekoso wiasa afrana nyina achia emuye echese enidaso kese ewo ho because the biggest thing a teacher dey be a trauma will be an average student. There is more room
for improvement.
One kind room for improvement. I said there is more room for improvement.
That's true.
It you say sakra time I just say no. The cry na am ha hari na say there is more room for improvement. It say I no ma be seen to abem. They mo do marking so na man say sa no ma na ye nyina no say enne I was 67 years no. Ye be gia tum say ya na mo ntuo ne enne ye de kwan fa so ye nyoma no anko yie.
Yes.
Ne betimi asachire nyoma mu. Adwene say de ne wi asisi dwene. Aye nyoma say de nya bere say o ma ye nya fa hodie. Ama no credit ni sa so de nyina tima ye djuma dia ye betra there is more room for improvement no aba excellent very good or satisfactory ni nyina mu no it takes an effort and it's a combined effort and could take it just
and you be against that
akase ho ana ase ho na akasro ho so mpamcho madaroma is a collective responsibility so as a say Ghana ni bia titiriu obi emphasis titiriu any wana enya akwanya eba abamu ebe sumyen titiriu because hwe beri na mo say the back or whatever it stops it train no take that we take that responsibility no ti hwe be gidigidi nyina no e train na yire ne ho amomodwuma ye na anso ani omundu kredie anso ani omundu omamu anna Oman say they are patriotic and they love this country. Say train shots say a proper na won susan so no and eba form on. Because form no betimi sacrificing more. But omo who say in the midst of all these sacrifices, a train that so nyoma ensem fata. It train pa chomuntie. A train no over square pegs and round home. A train no nyase e kan o kan yen kabi. A train no edu ba bi ese empewe a Ghana for do na kan ese oti ase etire no edu ba bi ne kasa ho kira ba ese oti bi de hye egu akwan mu ama Ghana for sampa etire no etire no ye wa ohihiem no enye wa dwene se wo de ye 30 ye belt no na kwa de wo extra ekoba sa pe
problem enibre beba
na enibre eni nyoma ensem fata ene agin bu o mining.
True.
It is as your phone and came in simple because me try red light more. I quite didn't be fast. Now they treat red light more. Ye Germanico. So me and your man ensem fata. Edinburgh quite fiasi. Now they a treno or me and your man ensem fata. Or more the technicalities name your man be many baby juniors are debi and they never pray for them. And Debia da me kakayo and Debia da me sakai will say, Sir jobs trending was a diano. But what the other bibia da unya kwenya. Kai wona hihye omana dusua ho kai omu
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The radio program of the year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
I mean, sure.
Obi,
yes.
I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC,
yes.
They come here,
yes.
You ask the relevant questions, issues are discussed. And I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up. Keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
Marty, I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi, consistently practice your law. You can combine, you can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism, do your media work, but practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM.
Oh, me that's it. No pay. Me banam ni misa Uber. It is our ban. Matthew programs na na ma me nchenda. Oh. Just obi banam say I know the idea na pia go ba. Because I will bet it in your mask that that's what force me am to cancel. Me that's what I'm quite sad. Me that Ghana force was
Openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines, they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, that's it.
And the Honorable John Jinapon the attending cannot.
Why am I count the Bay 3 hours? The become see, I'm for Enam so free entry quarter there, so watch your coins 20 minutes. No, see, as I would hear because when him Obi, Western of 40 Asempa now a back who show now. And yes, may have many America say a yosun, almost some show no. And come my Western North for Asu Demupa. And I wouldn't say Asema Yeke and no crap Trudeau.
Elder Amos Kevin Anan. I saw a penny aqua, let's sing.
Major Souvenir Bema, Official
Papa commentary. Officer say, Bibi Quay.
Avisena love. Life lessons and a legacy in Comano. I told the park come as some of the idea. Dear Nimukai now, but boy, home buying. Sure, that's so. Mujuma Pa Moody, Ekosiisen, so TM Pa.
That's it.
The Kaiser me called Nigeria last time. Yes, I was listening. TM from the University of Nigeria. That was where I was based.
Okay. Henry Nanabuache, Nana B, Abekansa, Nana Kwabanet saying, Obi, Henry Nanabuache.
It's a Jumadi, Obi. We are the living legend. Jumadi,
living legend, pa.
Living legend. Unyamian Ukraine, Udinyashita, Menana, no free. Obi, we cheni tiwa ayana eye yeneji sunko. Inti we the living legend
on Asempa FM 94.7.
Miso mpreko. Ba se bibia boko.
Nyame adaroma, nyame de nanso e de afamye de bia da se ade achi yesi ewie yi kokobo di na ebu kev no. uti ubi and I say or Joe Tata free adwuma ma say we lunch no na I say we odo pon adwuma e be our time is very strategic is a nipa no after adwuma o ya office o feel board na I say you come in with a lot of excitement near that
Only me share mom na me wo fie nyina na mitie ujumedi a wodi na mitie nti my used to your line of questioning send I was a 100 program and I think say a bit me flow together
me da say oh okay
na ucho no ase abrochefo ni tie chen akwa monya survey ni hwade
oh me say
you know
who say who say ga abrochefo ni
oh say me tell yi na me my list of 20 people I text me so mutie me papa tie Mr. Nicholas can come or Worcester
okay
Massachusetts o tie CCA ka say what I say ayi ohene babuachi otie ayi ohene besiedu otie kwabna from Paul otie bafo Jemfi otie Steve Go can come otie Wizzy otie metimi
enyi na etie
sisi we kwa yo mo tell individually o mo ete machine chi so hwe ni YouTuber eye kwakuo nipa bebre untimi nkai
na se magidin o mema Anthony Nupenu akwa aba na afei Anthony akwa aba sen
Enya obi na also.
Na dey hu wa chesa. Are campaign nkwenti.
Obi neba. Obi ba. Anthony Riba obi ba. Obi.
Anthony Nukweno. Chale me hu wa chama feel brutal.
Ya me adum ye hu ye na also.
Adom.
Jumana na ye bointi.
Me metimi hu.
Ye bi hu ya retire to your foot.
Organization is a work of form
jai communication ma communication forum kakra baba boafo
o man wa from back
mo ye program mo political program mo asante and now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo yabonra and na kam ko pie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na ye program na sisi na mo won kan ide we gaman Ekosiisen enwano
sorry that's
nice one finance minister on the team in economic class na washa say no we do buy dey no we dey finance minister if that is the case me fio bia
and say you mu try economy
omu nyina gum including finance minister omu nyina gum omoko washa say oho I did now it will one number setting up. We have ECG according to additional. Yeah. It's now now to a now dear now who are sika go and top up and do in your business class.
Minister need chamani who was can and the first class
was a catty the panocrana or the now mutukan what catty. Doctor to forcing. If that is the case, that's it. You so no more be so my remove. Umber one assessor because of economy. Umber one assessor. No, so who dey be a doku to kwai busumi trade, busumi to 3 times. Now the business kwa. Who in the Ghana?
British Airways business. What 80,000 or 100,000. In the work about 100 to 1 billion. According to
1 billion, no
600. Now, what's business class or man? What book papa be okay. What will be that?
Shankro Mosa. Now that me should be. Now them got trying to jab money go to me. No try. Yen wo bia nim tie o. Ampa obetimi aye wa de. But let's now begin to think of Ghana. So let's now be because we are there about oje no we don't want come from mo. That was me dey come from back when dey. They have never been Ojibi. Ade bia me say do baby no ayi busa say. Excuse me, say is everything okay? I'm so be say everything okay. Ade bia baby Ojibi. They see why say hata o dey oye. O see no wa me system I'm so be miss. Unko conference na ye wu. So what you say? I was a minister and I text him this year as well me money din. Yeah. I was in a non-phobia friend and say or no my share pay. It is when we move din. Minka oi. As a boyfriend is a breach of the trust. I do the minka. Minka. But do you come me see me about that. Check Dominic Lima got that pain.
money free me demo koe. Sir, or the Jama Kobi. That can be put down a good form. Double do. As ye, with ye. I had to be coming in the cap. Oh, I didn't know. You're going to doctors in because it was down one Musano.
I know that we have to speak again.
Wow. Yen hwede ye bekwa akosi ye nim se mwatimi meet bail condition aka sa verification in your man na wo ka no and let's see what Iyoko will do and enwumre be wa mehwe de wo ka no de enwumre de se mo anya chairman untumi pa de a ebe ha pa
obi ye do ase eno a na ye sire nyame se ono a mramu because esi am no ka se de emran kata ye nyina ni mo Ghana 48 hours no enya adwuma eti ye twen se de okwa verify beba no obeba no won koka se sika no endu eti no o ma yenko
mate mame na se enti se ufri by time na mu free kuma se eba no na we are aware se obeche se ya oboaboa ho ana se wa beton tare ne nyoma wa ha
obi ya rehu se mo se me bapa binim se o ade e chi ma kese masan akọ anything about can cry ha and tuntum ni ade ha biane ne ta krali bi de tira maya shiwa he I had the papa tete aduane abehu wache nkwa odi ade u nya fufu do ntibi kra obetuma didi obi tete aha live na den ade obi ade
papa yanda de obe kundi pawo eroba ya no wanya center entire de obi a utimi change wo
obi na se sia no minim ba bia mekoto bi kra odi ase minim ba bia meko akohwe
in the atare na show Monday na no one da so shewe
o we no ade timi sheme but bia wa unim te ofa ho ya affordable oh aha no boutique no ma nsemo mo kanu esusun odi ase Uvrema 400 ne 700 in some it me do the people na watch it so etiro amana edin
oyando bibi abe fine ode omuyi chema won't me na otena mekwa akope fufuo bi ama wadi why
oh obi kmedo ate
menso
ate pa
bompa ye no omunyi ne na otena why bibi abe fine
medo ate
just one CD obi aten boni ben yae se Ghana fa bato omkoto no mutu se niama ne ye yie o manto se niama ne ye tra no munye ne se na musipe no se pole se we taxi driver ana we Uber boat yango driver obi uto gallon petrol gallon ba ku bia utu ya force 50 pesos ma ban kwa aden we utu ho penin sem da ben obi se auto gallon ba ku bia utua 4 cedi 50 pesos e ma ban kwa aba enti mo nya kwan foforo bia amfa so anso so de mo ka se mo beso so na mo nya bibi foforo bia nye aten menu mienu so nim so obi o ban we mu no ade ba kwa impacted the lives of these people kase pa a fuel price unim sa obi ya to fuel price mo school fees kura honest so ya to fuel price mo eferu anom kura to mo fie dan kam o to fie dan kam bisa na o se ne ase ya to petrol won te ye as a petrol ne edisi nai we know so one of the biggest factor one of the things that impact life in this country a fuel price nyamedom mo ba yi mo na mo se mo ye ne me bi nti dollar ahod na yeden akofem na cedi asore na 3 days ago ye multi petrol so by 8% or so meboa na multi petrol is 8% ade achi am san betu 8.5% 3 days ago multi petrol is 8% and that 8% omunya ma yeti ase say the reason was because of the exchange rate no near there afi 3 days later mo san de 8% ababa to petrol no so ti ekoya da ye buy o come see o na was 17 cedis or 16 cedis or 15 cedis and I see about 12 cedis in fanasa obi ye to be fanasa mani yan kamo buy
senke to be fan sa man ye ya anka mo bae akroma ye ni kroma na mo answer mo fi abai mu no na nko for school fees 3,000 4,000 cedis MPP bae ye tu assess kan nyina mo ada ne yanka se ne e-levy ni niam mo complain no yes you am 3,000 cedis for free into mo fan him highest level of disrespect for anybody in the NDC to say ya teso about 12 cedis until you the one cedi kan wan ye na binder that not check Ghana for 3,000 4,000 cedis say mamu to school fees metu amamu no I don't know say binder so into me for tax 2,000 I say because your school fees 3,000 now na me the tax 1,500 back I come here why what kind of logic is that I need to mutiti me ko share no bi de me yakra ne say omutiti me ko share Ghana for ni ye ka omo se mo kama no ntum na say ye kra we mpi kra de bobo omo fa ye kra ye le say bia no omo de pe hama kra de abo etrim ase ya to oman no amomo na ye de nyina ahye nkwaso mu ahye omase na de no so omo ye no omo fo buo bia mayo no respect or recourse to the people of this country because obi senka if the government of the day this NDC government e wo buo bia magana fo a nka mo so ya na dwo na mo pass such a very high impact tax. High impact, no consultations, no stakeholder engagement, nothing. Obi endo akokoda na unim say law bi wo parliament akoko pass EFN one D levy.
Before say be pon no yet.
Now make now unim say law bi endo now unim say law bi wo parliament EFN D levy. Why? What happened to consultations? Were you not in this town when this same group of people in government catch and say e-levy no ye more consultations emenunti ye regional tour marketplace engagement near there and my e-levy no at some point no yet rate so what kind of disrespect is that? Eti yes ya to aba mam good way into no mo mie me na kuyan obi you see some fra by way scam a scam government na me fra by way settings and a packaging government ebiniye obi this government knew from day one say niama no mo kaka wo position e niama kese a e be dey so metu be sky den aye so mo decide say taxes no mo so mbo be yi no e be den. So they always knew they were going to bring this one city 10. Let me tell you, Ubekaya, somewhere February, and almost started so we can add one city on petroleum for immigration. We can add one city. I'm sure you heard it. We can add one city on petroleum to do this. Obia sector bia fees or problem or say for one city in 2 full also. So they already planned it. You know, Matomo Buno executing and the end is for your junior and say few days here, early days here, I say Ghana for MP for who go see you know. I afraid be good war now obo omo imagine say ayaka de bi on be within this period no be me catch now market anywhere 11 to 12 months from now and e be hu mesa and this buy a committee in their first 6 months
now you plan it towards the future there then we need some excess because ankanya sa and e kwakoye arrangement for something new over the years and can then e kwakoye bibi fufura yenya crisis nanka ye PBB atwa yenya ne and again the kind of money we will require to purchase at this time no and yet senia 10 years ago net here this all will be our foresight we are buying our foresight that is how you plan, that is how you think, and that is exactly what we did. I ne ye ka generation in kwa dia Ghana any problem. Your issue are your war. The data. Yes, I never win you who say. And who be here? Because these machines they require fuels and independent for you. So as I say, you chew moka. Internet, as I say, in your quiet, before you debate your sake. And President Mahama and the team at the time decided to come up with this ESLA, Energy Sector Levies Act. Ya di ba ya pass ya no and I say a car a daho any farm good in my be here they are managing that sector no. The Benya Sash can free muna ya dia share they are supporting. And no and ye di yan in kakran ka ni ye di titiso and a fufian to ata ye free abemu near the cat 2.1 or no 2 point then it was 2.1 as I know it and the jam ye jam also with this esla because a toa na ye gigi every month biano ye will be a babegum ye bit me be a treaty akama na ye
weeping expenditure cuts. Even at the Office of Government Machinery or more fuel allocations I remember at the time no more through the cut no omotimia cut close to 30 billion or so 52 million 52 million Ghana cedis from a Qatar or more a year. And then somewhere along the line they had to introduce e-levy with virtually the same reasons. I was say boy economy no a cow or so mutimidi be etria into the e-levy was introduced as part of revenue mobilization efforts and a whole lot of reasons are omomaye. The commentary around e-levy was negative. In fact, you're on record to have said you don't want to call it evil, but it was backward. E-levy was backward. You did not want to even call it evil. What is different from e-levy as against this new way Abai Mepacho?
Okay, thank you very much. Materially, there's a huge difference. I had contended, sir, if you look at government's own strategy to develop the digital economy, and if you look at the fact that the digital economy was and would grow faster than the traditional economy, and that the future is increasingly digital, and we needed to create the enablement for the digital economy to grow, our considered view was that e-levy was a misplaced handle along that path, and that hasn't changed. And I'm not situating the e-levy argument and the reasons side by side with this one. They are completely different.
Yeah, but the e-levy was also to come and solve a specific problem in the economy, as this one is coming to solve.
In fact, the head and the impact of introducing the e-levy and the future of the digital economy, we will end up being hurt much more than compared to this levy.
Even though this one seems to be bigger than the e-levy, because the e-levy was 1% and way 1 Ghana cedi. I mean, that's way more than the e-levy, and the incident on the taxpayer, and this one looks more. No.
So you are looking at the value chain effect with this one. When we say e-levy wasn't the way to go, our understanding is not because this specific levy is an optimal intervention. We are not justifying them on those equal lengths. I have said that this is not the optimal thing to do, but based on the circumstances and also given the conferred advantage that the strengthening of the currency has given us, one could make a case for this as a temporary intervention. For e-levy, I still stand by my comment that it was not the way to go. And if you follow the discussion very well, that it was either e-levy or IMF and all of that, we had indicated that we didn't have to situate e-levy side by side going for IMF supported program. We said that what we needed at that time was more fiscal discipline, was more some kind of external policy credibility that we needed, and we needed to act very fast. And
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba Obi som Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oribo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obi nebado, Ode Asempa nabo.
Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba obi som obi som obi som obi som obi som obi
Inti muma yenina so obiane na so kana benya koso kana betumpono. Asempa
Ekosiisen Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba obi som
Asempa FM.
94.7 Thursday afternoon, Ekosiisen live 31 minutes after 2 Asempa FM Sony, the 5th day of June 2025. Ekosiisen live and airborne. Tell a friend to tune in to 94.7, and that Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show is live on your radio, live online, and on your mobile in Timonishan. And so once you have a mobile phone or access to internet in Kwandia, you can log on to YouTube. Uko YouTuber, you get to watch our show live on YouTube, and you subscribe to the channel Asempa 94.7 FM. Post your comments in the comment section. Baby, I will show you if you udin Juma away. Let's know all of that. Now for young fan to ya Nagana phone and so enter wonka. Very important. Radio so frequency near 94.7. Or multi TV decoder nibia radio channel no Asempa FM HD plus decoder and radio channel no Asempa FM ubetimi etie yen ewo ho ope except from our show short videos any idea oko TikTok Asempa FM oko Facebook Asempa 94.7 FM ubenya short videos bebre na etimi ahwe ewo. We are doing everything possible to make sure say we get the show to you wherever you may be and however you get to listen to our show in Timoma Shannon. So thank you for making us number one. This is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show. Mididi Osei Bonsu from Yobi. Production team near Dominic Isiyaboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, Ebenezer Tete Omahine Kwabena Sante, and Equia Boachua Yadom. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. Get your messages through on all the issues on our table in the area. First, enra yedin komo ewo ho the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act. Parliament a name from the executive under a certificate of agency into a dana ya de bill ne call parliament na sa dana it go through all the processes within 1 day and the certificate of agency enne omampanyi John Dramani Mahama eden nsasha assign the kano ewo mremu se wa sent it to the bill amazesi ababa be law. Now Mampenyi sign or the nsem etruja mebo amamoti. He made the point say he was not elected to take soft decisions and but he was also elected to take bold and sometimes painful decisions. Yebebo ama mwatena fe yedi ho enkomo yene some energy expert ebedin komo some members of the minority ebe kasa and some members of the majority yene won ebedi enkomo inti. That story is still on the front burner because the incident of that tax is on you and I. Menu ni betua already you name the stakeholders by in this case transport unions no then on by would they go back on their decisions or more transport fare so by 15% and as it is in na yen komo a e wo se ehwe ni edi enne se wo call fuel pump now kwakoto fuel a what does it mean then e be see e wo ho ye be di san komo ni nyina enne ewie sounds na one story I yen share that in follow up on nurses and midwives are was strike. They've been on strike for some days but attention and share that encore one so papa and the end yebeshena yedi hun komo the impact of one so when the nurses and midwives the impact on health service delivery massive already ya tete sa ko hospitals ni nipa binom ehwe won kwa and in sem bebre in the end we spend some time on nurses and midwives almost strike na yepese yete ase e dia potinti and omako strike. It's not looking pleasant at all. In the association yedi ho enkomo for our drink training brain 0548 443 523 and akoya yawade yebefa community concern kakra be semedu yewia na afi we zoom into the main issues nurses and midwives strike and this new 1 Ghana cedi yede 2 liter of fuel bia so enkomo and the yebesine so ahwene yakom into person of friend or community concern 0302 216 545 0302 216 546 ubetimi afre ye wosima be edu na se dunumbi yemfa emfa mo calls no kakra ba enen so ekukudamfo bi edi wona woda na uhwemu yi a Baako ye former minister na baako ye current minister. In the former minister the Honorable Godfred Yebo Adame or ye former Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Ono also ye founding partner of Dami and Partners. In Godfred Yebo Adame, happy birthday to you. Still in his 40s. I'm not sure say when you're 45 years. I'm not too sure. So when you're 45, but Godfrey Dame, probably the youngest Attorney General in the history of our republic. And I would a happy birthday to you, the Honorable Godfrey Yeboah Dame. Sounds so, and a sitting minister, the minister in charge of food and agriculture, the Honorable Eric Opoku, Osei, a member of Parliament, and Honorable Eric Opoku Awoda. And this unimna freno na mano awodapa emayen. And happy birthday to these noble gentlemen. May you live to be 94.7 and beyond, and have a fantastic birthday today. And so oko PIWC Dansoman, and for more money, the PIWC Pentecost International Worship Center, Dansoman Dieno. Yen resident pastor, Pastor Gabriel Owusu, Enra Onunsu Edina Woda. And Pastor Gabriel Owusu, belated happy birthday to you. We hope that you live to be 94.7 and beyond. And the Enra Nawoda, or a big man, rough. PIWC Dansoman, resident pastor, Pastor Gabriel Owusu, happy birthday, though belated, to you. And I hope you had a fantastic birthday. Mama Rich Love, have a good one. Have a good one. May the rest of your years on earth be even more impactful. God bless you. Reverend Gabriel Owusu. Yabeshana yatwaso na afe unso obi dina woda opese you wishing a happy birthday. I'll defy your WhatsApp number, so we'll do you the honors. 0548 443 523. And here your WhatsApp number no. Obi, special birthday wish to Mr. Dennis Adom Kwashi and Mr. William Ade, both in Columbus, Ohio, US of A, from their parents Mr. and Mrs. Kwashi of ICGC, the Royal Temple, Awoshi. Mr. Dennis Adom Kwashi and Mr. William Ade, happy birthday to both of you. It's from your parents. They want to wish you very, very, very well. We say, Obi, good afternoon. God bless you for the good work you're doing. I take this opportunity to invite all friends and sympathizers to my brother's funeral, Charles Obey Sofida, on Friday, 6th June at Empowerment Center, Coventry, at 10 a.m. Coventry, for more United Kingdom in the Midlands. Nicholas Ohene Ejekum on also Coventry, Ninu Abema, and Oda for me, Charles Obey Sofida. Na Friday 6th June ochne fiadaya Empowerment Center Coventry 10 a.m. Pepe Penti Ghana for amwo Coventry amutie na mako akwakujano na bibia etumi akoyi ma yemfa community concern no kakra na afe yentwaso ofra community awom region awom kro awom se bibi koswa enkoye opese oman ni nyina ate afatuja se bibi koswa ekoye nso opese oman ni nyina ate a eno nso na wode atuja yesremo pa. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me patron why ni?
Me patron Adam ni.
Adam o kasa free.
Me free Kaswa.
Adam
American Town.
My entie we.
Obi, me chiao anyway tie for nyina ewia we. Na Obi, me so we djuma wo Yesu de. Yesu ade bebre ewo. E de boa ye ho ene ye my Ghana. Me pocho. Me hia sempa ne se. Yesi ye dia endua. Enembre ya me okasa we. Na de se ndeso ya san pa ho tuma se ye be san be dua endua. Na sabi u be dua endua na ebebo oman hu ban na be mayen from papa ni climate change a yekodua endua na yakodua yellow flower no so no yellow flower tree na ese nim tree no no nim tree no e pai form ti say de nim tree ankasa e pai form no makodua e de ahye road pavement mu na road pavement no dua no enyi a etu nim tree no e pai kwan no Emma Quino Epidia, into call various schools more necessary. San Diano Media was schools Nimusa, no. If you move school dying, now how much more lorry quire wire? Kakwana ni papa moye and saying. Secondly, let us Uko Kaswa market. Kaswa new market no space plot of we 2 for lorry park no omo to twa nyina the stores no mo the stores no we no afi cars no I was omo right inside omo ye den efa passengers na we pie atiesi kwan mu no omo nya kwan e wo station o empark enti no magic kwan no abosu dia ye station e no mo do ka kwan ni mu every present day bia ofa kaswa new market to Ofankoa from new market to Ofankoa matter when you be trying to be set 20 minutes in and out no we be try more than 3-4 hours now we see mu now we do kaswa akwele kurapo ye
okay
matter kaswa krono asa o makrono obi mu ade krono yet me police ni mo mutumi regulate krono mayen ye breba
Medasimini, may am Fanny Pafro community consent segment 0302216545 and 0302216546. Good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Udini baby Awokasafi.
Oh, yes, very Masaudo Amzo, Mr. Shama.
Masaudo Mientiwe.
Obi, we start drink machines no me de buy no. Everything they say I know the future if I na crowd. Oba na tibe fa tin ju bi adam kakaka pa na easy.
Assignment there no.
From Atadeka to New York to Switzerland, Ediko Switzerland na ya kwa na de o na tibe 5 minutes dia o bi share dam to se pa.
And this is na machines mo hu ho de.
There be official as we make catch us say bia abaye oku katamanso ye we oku katamanso that mean nim say aba oku katamanso the municipal na say o ashama municipal utini ya kwani de nsu ta nya kura but you won me nsu that be na free be be check one mu ni say abuduru won ma masa bo be blessa sakati ma cross.
Okay, Mate, me and Nase, ni mfani pafofro. Ekosiisen so high Asempa FM. Good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon.
Me bato wani.
Agbedefu ni o because finima.
Agbedefu.
Yeah, you can kill but cannot scare me. Bobby, community concern you Asempa unu say Asempa na the whole Ghana pay for me so that people no no good.
Yes.
And you Asempa meka first. Ema motorway. Mo so mu ye djuma bi also. I have to tweak also because it's a corner car say also car come but the traffic are broken. I have to move with one on to tweak a corner so and no yapa. Now Obi Adiba ko yame to me our bukum the person me for us so me two a take for us so say a day na koso let me work on the boxing match our bukum and a soldier for which you say maybe a soldier for camouflage and John Be Jeff me and I'm me farm eti mi bitao problem kakaka okrom ha senu ye hu sovu na obishe kamufa na ya eye problem okrom ha so obishe soja kamufa ya ude oye bibi achino uti ka se uye soja ni obi akoto na de boutique ntinu emra ni hu kwa so behye a je mi ko de yehye no enye Ghana for soja for ayi aje so boys ni di mi fa kwa mu di mi fa no na mo mi nya obi am ye bete sa so mi ti ma fa ma omo enti mi se sa de no eya ye too much okrom ha so bi shade o shade o nyeso jeniti e kwambe say etinita problem kakaka okun ni yehu sovo boku nyame ko so no ya sovo ewie so bi ni maka say o she so that ade etinu muni o mu kasa because the way na ye obi fa ho enya advantage edi bulu krofo na mi agbere fro tin bulu mi tu bulu me rekun ida say
agbede announce when you abutre ugoku hwan ugoku soja enti yemfa nipa for good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Obi
me ba cho hwan ni
Obi we uni aba so madam
so for me enti o
Obi
yeah
no question me na me community concern about transportation I reduce some. Only a free cipher, domain, equatra, only no margin so much it is true. But the young board in the Kobonombi, no man shall say educated. And tonight, someone will reduce it to so no will reduce so another way increase. And then you have a property transport ministry, no more than say, or didn't any better from no best from no number cata. And yes, I am boy. The charge on board.
Mate, may I find the power for 0302216545 and 216546. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me ba chon hwan
Mr. Ado.
Mr. Ado.
Ashonman.
Okay. Mr. Ado, me and
very good. Me concern about property rates. And now when we call around the whole country, we say the post at one burn and catch on say look. And in Ghana, Obia, nobody walks to an office to go and pay cash. Mumpe anything.
Yes.
The gentleman want to say in the loan or catch them central four line is intermittent. So nobody will have time to go and match to friends and baby. I'm watching a baby Cheska. And then step the pursuit your papa, no, they are too near cheer. You are confident with Cheska. But when the politics are why the whole country. You need your property rate. No conscientization. See, my suggestion is one more than pay. More than be a friend and more presidents and the above for you.
More transfer and
more transfer. One pay code to be near Cheska from.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know be a confidence with Cheska. Now call up it's a good Cheska in there. Master.
Mr. Ado yeda sepa nyamisha Ekosiisen suni community concern segment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, lawyer Obi.
Aha, me patcho hwan na menya no yi.
Lawyer but we won near Bema na amwako.
Na amwako apom ye de.
Agbon anempa boni ahwe the business that won no waduma for o si de obi a ho ye.
Me adom ye ho ye pa me entie o.
Obi. Yes. Because everything dunko offense efa ayamfre eko water crop ekagana ho ana
eka ho pa
na Obi in fact effort for plaso eko water crop anate ayamfre a Obi galamse eko fo ewo mpesem ho no Obi and nepra river dan kasan ye illegal mining our plan you too good for plan mo because ekosi na hidan ku na he na gara for people say jinfo ni yen stars essay emme GPS ye man helicopter never no fa moyo so by je wo fear for any air force for Ghana how ye wo maybe before wa me say abana na green say obi protect yen so any your forest area o ma so ja for no kwan say e say e shoot and kill no one ye legal money e wo to ye money our forest obi no mu yai because at the rate here is Sasini is for a second and Obi. Open say your claims over Gana ha. If you don't know saying maybe to your tones for important water annum. And you hear here for your legal money now. You never know you to be a commusoya, because I am a man. And no one walk on that for Kunio, the Tabakunio, the Nino. You don't that the best any mind. Send your Mukas in the case of midnight organ. I do also the case of midnight organ. Means look at I'm saying in sooner you use the because the Galamino and it's German I don't know the good to know. It may be many you. It is to me. Oh, Pia Omu Kugana for Gana for Queen because everybody is John Pet or the sufficient to Kugana for yourself for them. Only the midful. At the rate that is Obi.
Yeah, that's it. May I find for your point is well made. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Adumo na onso
yes, Adumo. Me me champagne phobia.
Okay. Na mete on catch wo ho ye de.
Obi na me Adumo ho ye pa.
Nice. Me ba cho me entie.
Obi, me nsem no eye no. Ba ko ye La Paz Community Hospital. Obi. My wife ya ye. And I'm in the La Paz Community Hospital. Hono omoji health insurance. Na Obi. Health insurance no, me say uko da hospital. Yes, so that bed, cover bed, a card. Obi, when is the hospital? A draw 10 to be. Your trauma, Mr. Menkotomra, or Muki, or Menkotomra. But because I meet your Canada, or meet your car for my hospital man.
Hospital, a private hospital, and I say public.
La Paz Community
private hospital but omuji health insurance ms o ko so a o maybe say insurance with insurance the normal record information your card no sunya ko mu system ne mu ma o mo de ko ko mi sika so aban o mu ye so a mezi obi mezi e draw 10 cedi kura no o mo trauma me say me nkoto ni bi so mza na the health insurance o mu ji e no o mu ji for what o mo ka je me say do ni bi ni ho fine ana me kan say mintiri nkwabo na ntin nkwabo ntin nkoto say do 10 ndi so mo obi wo de metua o me ka say metua o de o mo ka je me say ene mintia no o mo nton e bedroom ma me ntino mi hu say e tisie no o mu timi ntino me ka say mo say fa de no kwa o mo de afaso no no me o mati o mo case for radio so by now I say me ka no o mo bi say bia say bia me bia group nto man fi me kwa ma koda o mo de ye me ene na say why koda o mo de ye no ntino nyoma e koso no ntimi me have minister there. Clinic now, hospitals private hospitals be now. Omo health insurance, omo that's why omo clinic car buy on. Yes, so much omo should omo nyoma wi. Okay. Now uko na kwa omo fast no. Ya admit me yire kura no. Bed ko that's go omo ta me tia bed fee. Adi na wo receipt o obi say o se me kwa na sem an ni na beba. Ni na o me tia me keep this receipt no. Enti nyoma e ko so o hospitals no no. Enti say me can be a man for a party. Acquire a part community, a comedy pass or no. And a two, and no, if Mammy or so a whole at clinic or my safety. Mammy got them from me cat already, because every man complain to say, Wako at hospital. Yeah, and safety. Yes, no, okay. Almost almost a doctor and Besha, who was the patients who had auto. Into almost 100,000 or 6 million. Ghana.
Ataria doctor never share now the about hospital. Almost a and no patient in the Intriaca. Also, no patient also can say they didn't know the idea almost credit fitted the hospital. And no patient in the city. Eh. I know also 2 assistants and not 2 minutes. And I tell them also becomes that. The fear ya ta na fita ise bra ba na ene me ka je mse de na asem na oka no enye no credit say se doctor be ye say dia the theater ta yo be cha ko theater no e patients and e so me ka je mse o pa me medin na me ba Asempa ene on for repeat to ta ona ta asem no o me bi ye de betu anim a o be je na waka sa no ya na ma me no e ka sa asem to o ko review and the bomodin nya no na e ya wo ne nimra why ntino Achimota also to me cause no me ho class on me ko da ho e kwa me fight no me na for radio me na for bi for radio so o ba me ntia I say can say bi o woni me kan no I don't be say let me say that me yet more radio so I me see baby e me yet more radio so ntia ma wo ye steady e wa Achimota also to ntia also ni akọ so ho no Achimota also to if you say I have to say also for ni ko me say doctor e ko data ya ko tia the patients na to dia and I mean and I wrote down about the so the naked never you that you mean if you also want money for na kwa mo patients no I pass no me da se pa ma yem fani pa for I mean neoma shesha manfo bo Ekosiisen so the community concern segment. Good afternoon. Hello. Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon.
Nyame adom na unso
nyame adumo obi mpati e plane kwa no nsu mi tosi asham.
Okay, me enti we.
Obi mamintia madam for e plane Mike opade. Asempa. Why you up asham. Mchiani pa o ni pa. Obi manya plane we asham again ya you will make traffic echo akadeka no. Se minim se ukada phone so different motor couple obi uti protocol ma wo kono so much me fun ati nten so mo je janu po ujira kwa wa wuje phone no kada phone o ba jo phone no mo je janu ko ede ko o mutimi bi okwa ato no obi ni tata me ni e bro be 100 because ye pani ne papa ntinu pani ntini nko speed motor ni na ko speed ntini o mo ji phone pe no mo je janu ko into me say Asama police commander say kombo no mo de na un teta how no my Asempa na ma say yo ma ama so say ye kwa no Asama ye kwa ni na ye papa e kwa die no Asama ye papa obi Then so that people to go na jaga sama yenyu amane. Ye kwa bia ye papa wa sama. Ntimi se your mama.
Okay.
Kwa mai.
Yeah, that's it. Minia, yeah, that's it. Pa, yemfa calls the kakra enka ho. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Me patro
Lawyer Obi.
Aha. Bibia ye boko de.
Ado me ahwe.
Yeah, da nyame ase. Ma yentie o kasa frɛ hin.
So me kwa ele play so e nyeni.
Okay, me yentie we.
Ami nya se boko de.
Nyame adom.
Me das. Na concept ye ni di kan ene imam pet ama eba peswas launch ye environmental body em so be you know em yeah
wa homa ni munya sign free bio etomu a ye be sign so afa. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Me ba
so be good.
Why no menya no yi?
Me ba so your friend che ka sa fi madina.
Okay, me yentie we.
Oh, okay. La am pa so me how yen ni. But so ni man but ko ECG officer ko permita.
Yes.
But so pricing.
The new one dey me new ha. Na ade no mo se den.
How be ukwa tax no. Ukwa ko permita. Omo ni ha be ba so say obebo na wajimi kana no. Obeju 2,500. Edi be ka to 3,000. But odo be for process mu nyina be bi no. We na we sky kwa ba ho no. It's almost 1,500. No, we do when we are in a mountain. No, for better. 1,000. Could be,
and I say, and no. Oh, yes, I didn't really. I wouldn't mean blame Mobiao. Because ECG for Abo Deuro, Abo say, ECG a German name. Staff member be anywhere who can say or Jessica, if we customers. The only people that just free customers are ECG cashiers near or more office. It is a cashier and a wood trees camanoa. Now, who too sick go through the process. Yes, and so more inquiry that Udua Memusa Bia or Enimo office ni inside. And maybe to say CRS customer relations assistant to executives. I guess a Wako Bank, I was here inquiry desk ewo. O Asempa said be na Okobusa. ECG so the same thing. Or more customer relations for Okwa. Kobusa won. There Emrantia research na name on the ocean do mebu afaso. Omebu afaso nti we are inside ho.
Massive that ever known for no more about Obi. Mr. Mayor Momazina, me a driver in Madina.
Okay.
Who do know to be I do 20 Ghana. And no, I say the levy have 2 pounds or so. Am I wanted to be a 1 thing? Obi. It's Madina brother for almost for 3 years to all of us. By 2 who care 23 young. So, Obi, I didn't go see.
Okay. Ulodi wo Madina station inside.
Yes, station
na upia bia ye 20 Ghana.
A depend car, mini class more car. 10% yet.
Yes.
Make ya 20 cities. Make ya 20 cities. They gave me 5 pounds. I'm more than 100 cities.
Wow.
Obi, and you know wow. You start to see a fair so. As a store, I'm not so. The more down on money.
Hey, na Kabia Lodia 20 Ghana the end of Munyas Kapao, no more the other. Wow.
Obi, it's only once you have a 3 liters. So I'm a
FM.
Mental 25 liters. And I'm the idea of one day.
Oka no say, o failure. Utia say.
The teacher 350.
350.
I mean, I can short in the do only I'm to
yeah.
So the
350 liters by saying.
Obi, liters better 25 liters.
Hey, not just say, and uncle Betria 25 cities or so.
Obi, and is one son about me, you didn't meet ya, the book, station and information, so only book the amount, and to be ya.
I said,
my another rest of the black. The black,
Because now we see new government have the data. But anyway, 5 months this month in
okay. Mate. Na say ufuel bo ne nso aba from.
Obi, fuel ne dia aba from na say fuel na as say 50. Obi an dia na odi dia. The am to na I say the force by say the 12 is 49 pesos am ton. They am to 12 is 49 pesos 1 liter. And they want to become they am the quarter 20 is 49 pesos. The ton of star oil, Obi our star oil. It's in the why. Would they feel like channel how you feel? Only to be my
Asempa FM.
And it's
Mate. Made us my Yemfa final call, Niemfa Insi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Obi.
Me pacho wani.
I'm Pastor Felix. Because I free, I'm Memphis Central, I'm Memphis.
Hey, I'm Memphis Central.
Honorable
Kwachiaka.
Achaka to say MP ne
Joanna Jam Kujo na aba.
Pacha.
Eh, my yentie we o concern ye den.
Obi we dey boko. Se mo be kaya ye beto abanu last year. Ho baby. Ye be ye demonstration bi ma media teams no kam be za be fire. I don't for kam be fire. Obi nyame anim ne ye kwan ne nye CCCC. Eye o mampani Mahama the first time I buy no. Ebe kana last year mana kono de ma contract ena ekwan no omuguso omudwudwi ho a ye to aba ne wie na obi omosesa abo ne manyina papa na wom nyina ade ko na de akara enye ne de onde age asase na boso sisi a omoti community ro kwa na mo machine na se ko muska on person de edwudwi so kakra maye no ono ka ko kan ye se kwan ya under contract ntime mu bia afa nsanka Obi, could imagine say she started say to it. So Feda Kama so kwa aguna memfia. This ofo moto Ekosi kwan baby. And I walk it and assume and son akofo car at that was akwa aguna. Ti from say be quite to as a gwa obetwa mu aguna no. Udi agwa be for car be for and son wadu. Because they do baby I just will see na what it is no as akofo car for. It will be a sero. Fato man penny any man say on one of them contract. It is our bar on summit to Asomai. Na Jana Jan Kujus Yasreno. On Carman Penny Mai. Go ever trouble man penny baguna. Ever share and was say we know Saba Pine will make sure say be. It's really a strong debris. Say any many put him into Gumania. Mudu Jusumai. Na baby I say no fell my son baby to me. Ako and Aba. Acquiring into the posting police who want to be as on Banamo. Really a strawberry.
Me patrol you, Mate, Yada Sepa, why? Yamin Shao, Ekosiisen Suni, community consent segment, any day a bremui, Ebia went to me and fret, but you can still send a message. Now you who concern 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 o message ne by bekai amount we say Obi good afternoon I'm watching you live from Cologne in Germany. Please tell all the NPP communicators that now the thank you tour is over. They must keep the communication fire burning. Yamwa Ponko ewo Cologne Germany and Odiwe ya brain Obi. This is Paradise from Accra New Town. You're doing a great job. Please, the new bill of 1 cedi per liter, I think is too much and it should be reduced to say 50 pesos. Can it be changed? Also, my concern, the traffic light on the Fanofa Road, close to Multimedia, to the New Town Road has been off for almost 2 years now. Oh, really? Traffic light, there was here, 2 years. 2 years there, also. Meaning for some time now it's been off, but not 2 years. Where say Obi, do you know President Mahama promised to reduce electricity cost as part of the 24-hour economy initiative with the aim of enabling industries to operate 3 shifts. He also assured Ghanaians that he would remove levies on imports to ease the burden on businesses and consumers. Unfortunately, what we are witnessing today is completely different from what was promised. To make matters worse, the Dumso levy is currently at 1 cedi 95 pesos per liter. And just a few months ago, they also introduced 14% increase in electricity tariffs. The reality on the ground is disappointing. This government is beginning to appear more like a scam than a solution. All signs suggest that Mahama and his government have nothing better to offer to the Ghanaian people. Kweku Ofori Amanfo Uwalatebio Koshi. Hello, good afternoon, Obi. We are really sitting on a time bomb on the matters of Galamsey. Dr. Louisa Bissiou and her team have witnessed at first hand the complexity of this Galamsey issue and realized how difficult it would be to stop Galamsey. Unfortunately, they used it for politics and it is staring them now in the face. Godi is in Tema. Obi. Let me see if we can do one or two interviews na fi share atwa. So the minister in charge of health, the Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, Osei, a member of Parliament for Dwaboso constituency. Honorable Akwabe Ekosiisen saying suni. Obini Honorable.
That's saying.
Adom na unzo
na minimum paibo me hoye.
Yeah, da nyame ase. And ya te say what to anamo abo apro kakra to some hospitals na or assess the impact of nurses and midwives on strike. No, a day na unhu ye Honorable.
Yo Obi no correct. I'm say Enra and a nurse for
Asempa FM
Association AFA on very draw more services. That was in there. In fact, me could you know my name could di Juma song. It's in the free airport now. No, that was a medicine some of the health facilities. The American say the best way in Yanom say Asempa anywhere your day second any come. At the end of the day, no, being an eye better table home. My append for my sibre. Obi kakra meet me, I can say, the entire this has them wing in our band say, maybe true collective agreement to be. Nti a buy no, or moody kind, a raising issues, the binom a war collective agreement in the morning. Now, there was Sanka, ye implementing no last year, but BBNT, and to me, I implemented.
Asempa FM.
The name many be more, many more see who in Kunya are to a large extent, no, in United Pacific to me are resolved. Obi Mamenka said, bar ministry, Hano, there was some and some and nine, you know, but she won them as same group be there 6 times. Now, sir, announcement there about frame because of my way and Kaye. Yin seeing yet, Nasi, Yape, Nepuma Sibre. And where our Moya announcement, you know, the San Frere Mobi Asia or Nom said there be means to say, and yet strike, maybe to me, as always our problem way. Until you share. Ghana ni no the ordinary patients no na yanya adwuma amra ya pene po masibre but omoantie ntie e ba ya ne se o ma redo mo se de se nyina ye hu ni no me de na koso aka se ma bie mapono ato ho de be koso so I invite you on and right ya copy mu ewo labor commission na labor ministry of labor for ho health ministry or finance ministry or unfortunately in your no to be amba and then me even through telephone calls a person she akra na still you engage on it but unfortunately into me maso nti obi se nipa ba kokra na amba adwuma kra na I was transfer the healthcare system no so nti yebekoso ma yeno makasa sene be ya omba beba adwuma baba ye de sene fata yeah
okay na o ka se collective bargaining agreement be a obabeto ye really what is the and I was abandoned the nitria went me into last year aketuan 2 mu allowances be condition of service they are the airport
never be brave allowances it be never be brave it be impo HRS omo license omo de adwuma no e wo se aban afibia aban renew ma wonom e bi efa omo atade a omo be hye ho enima bebre ana ye bae no ye beto ye se ya san ya wo saka ni implement ndine no I don't have any problem with Obia so the all year adwuma no pay improved condition of service. But the kwan be fa so aye nyina no ye be ko benkrum ye timi implement na edi asumdwaba
Asempa FM
because constantly I've been linking up with my colleague minister responsible for finance sitting nyina no ye betimi ahu akwan ya akwan papa ye fa so a ye betimi I implement nti ye mre sabi aban ntwaso nti ye obeto ye bia no sani eye papa de e wo so otwaso if any health worker bisa bibia ye reasonable na legitimate I should be the first person I was in the pursue nti menyin this sound strike we any bit me solve a problem no at the end of the day
omo demand we no reasonable and legitimate and this particular demand and I'm so omo strike we no
obi mem per se me debate sadie way from at this time.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's the right thing to do at this time. I don't think at the end of the day, the person say they should come back. Omonbrejuma. Engage. Obi sa one more. Send me the me ba office within the 3 to 4 months ago, my share more than 6 times. There are other complicated issues that we all think through and find solutions to it. If you ask them, they will tell you. So what I say.
Yes.
The blame game via now at the end of the day, preventable loss of life. We resolve issue now. To me, and I mean, person say, Obi Bejina baby, no waka said the omuye impact on the crane, no impact. Massa, the nipa back cry now, my Juma cry, our impact. See, the best say they should come. My doors are always open, especially for the Obeko striker. Sebia, unya minister attention. You few, the person can be in Tiwasem, and no one can walk striker. Ubia so Ibia you. But Obia can tell you and you can call them. Whether officially or non officially, I've been engaging them. So what I say, and Obi, unim says sabi yeba office. Instead anche sa se bi obi apesi ade beye afi ba ko na mfe mienu ene buapayo bi na ya bubu nua akua ye pese bi chimasem. Obi, you cannot hold the health sector to perform what's expected of the sector no abra sabi anese for enkan. They are very important integral part of the system. I say they should all come on board.
But honorable, let's show into for the close to 6 times and also over 6 times I won you Meshiano. What was the stalemate? Because
in fact, to tell you the truth, in the first about 2, 3, 4 times, it was not even about the full implementation of the agreement. It was something else.
Okay.
And in fact, it was something else, but that something else was also a subset of the agreement. Try to be resolved. And then something in the can from them, and you know it.
Yeah.
Not just Into about that, I think about the fifth or 6th time, then they brought this one. I said, no problem. Let's engage. We at the time proposed, say, let's have some small group here. See to the implementation of this. So Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, Bonsu, I think that when we sit around the table, the can be with good faith, and I stand by it, with good faith. Yeah,
I think it's good. Said you can say since you took over under 5 months ago, no, what me share almost for 6 times. The challenge though would be, say, in all of those meetings, no, is it a case, say, or take entrenched position and a buying position, so yeah, entrenched. There are no middle grounds, and the Namsuma, even after 6 times, and she is still almost called strike, no.
Obi, to be honest with you, at the first, second, third, fourth meeting, you know, now it looks good. Nah, yeah. And some make us had they win a bar as a surprise.
Okay.
Aha. I started seeing the signs. Remember, I said last but one or the last meeting, you know, because maybe a bit piano. Yes, you try. Sometimes to me, and the meeting, you cry me meetings are from unofficial. Yes, yeah, thinking through it how we can do a lot of things together. So, see, until the meeting say, or more declare roadmap no more back, you know. Banka, you said that and do Bempenswa. And who says same to be a bar, na yanti and what say be brave, no. Mema who be at sir.
Okay.
So see, and even today, and Dra and Dra and I still have been reaching out to them. I still have been reaching out to them. And then when you make I'm ready to say me no mbishia. But unfortunately, send MSC Akano, so please, I am not looking at the leadership of their union. I'm looking at the thousands of nurses out there, their welfare. I'm looking at the patients. I'm looking beyond as the leadership. Such as I'm looking beyond as the leadership. It's not about me. It's not about any individual. It's about the country. It's about a national decision. I was taking sometimes Obi. Why not?
Yeah.
Such as sometimes you sit around the table but you see things happen. But why? You have to swallow your pride. Now take a decision about wow minor. But sometimes Charlie, it's not easy. Oh, I mean, a lot of things happen, but hey, what do you now obey? Response is see, I'm no say. So my Hameka say, not the member to fan change the end news.
Sure.
Do be a news. Sabi, Mrani Tressa and Kaubeko, Ubeko, a BBS and Pababa Minuti said, 7 days,
yeah.
But and it's not about the legalities. No, this is a mother ministry, and we must behave as mothers. And you call a labor commission. They made a ruling, but I am not here to push that ruling. I am here to talk to them to come and let's talk.
Yeah.
And then you may free minister no. I'm a betum from but Obi, you be when you na sabe obia massage obi egos ne pride ne ahwe ye nyema de be so ne koye bone ema Ghana mine ye koye na se
buy one thing I'm sensing and it's now that the strike is underway, no, it put more as government, no, in somewhat a disadvantaged position because they say anomonsa as a because the strike is underway. When they should come, Emma pressure be madam also to want to agree to Niomo penitent, even when you cannot meet those.
Take this from me. We are ever ready to engage with them. But Obi, take it from me, sir. At any given time, any decision about taken should be in the interest of Mother Ghana. I can assure you. That I can assure. That look, and no. I am saying that we have opened our doors widely. We are ready to engage them. We are ready to look at their welfare. We are ready to do whatever is legitimately demanded. But Obi, I can assure you, we will never intimidate them.
But I think that they will also never intimidate government.
Yeah.
And for that matter, yeah, we are careful. We are circumspect about the system be able to keep it should be in the interest of Mother Ghana. Obi, we have a country to govern. We are not oblivious of that fact.
Yes.
As well as we know, say, lives are also at stake. Until we are very careful. Akoye besepane konia
ahabaita say yes.
Yet kasune banyansa fom. This is not an issue between ministry and look, we are the mother ministry.
Yes.
If anything at all, then they also pursue or more interest. And you do baby, why we here obiti baby and we are reading a lot of meanings into it. And you know here. Say at this material time no. The bako kan kwa kumakrana. And yeah, Magana mind.
Yes. And honorable Mebacho, who call around Kakabeomi who videos are now nam kolebu any ade. What advice and Odema hospital management and managers of hospitals across the country says Siana nurses in your how do they manage the situation, at least in the interim till so on so Ababa?
Okay, so Obi, we have this to contend with, and I'll tell you and I'll put it out there. In my attempt to tell you publicly, when it will be misconstrued to say, hey, the other way around. One first has seminal swan to ja, obis because an ministry in the plan B, or we need alternative Ibiana. Obi see the situation here.
Yeah, I get you.
You see my situation here?
Yeah, I get you. Yes. Okay. Yes, I understand. But at least in this year, have they given you indication after several tones are from when any and rano say on
let me be very, very frank with you. Let me be very, very, very frank. You are pushing me. Let me be very, very frank with you. Say, as I speak to you now, my friend, the leaders are not available even in the country.
Oh wow!
I'm telling you, I didn't want to say this. Today, I have called personally beyond all legality. So, I have to worry anything and reach out. They're not in the country as I speak to you now.
Oh.
But we need to engage even tonight. Where am I getting them?
Oh.
They are not in the country.
Nah.
I saw my mother in the grave.
Oh, mu declare striking or matu
I am telling you, Obi, I'm not missing words.
And in their way, and apart from the leadership, you cannot be engaging members. It can't. That might be a bit difficult. That's really a serious situation.
Wow. Ask yourself and answer that question.
Wow.
You see my position at the moment. Obi, I can tell you where I was even yesterday. I had to stop whatever I was doing. And come.
Yeah, but I mean, Rwanda on the Africa medicines, Mimi da waiting me winning for when I saw pictures and I'm woho. It is one free bar and run a dream.
Me say me Obi, me do airport, manko office, manko fie, straight to the field. Straight. Me no kasa nyina me come ask your reporters. Ask your reporters. We had clear marching orders from Mr. President to go and pursue this African Medicine Agency Director General issue to make sure we are in a stiff contest with Morocco.
Yes.
Be free, hono me trans me do have 11, 12 straight to the field. I've visited about 4 facilities now. You say, you know, back when you Ghana for. Obi ma me betia wo ye nurse ni ama me betia yare wo papa betia yare nurse na akra betia a patient at any given time.
Yeah.
Sometimes Obi me no be kasa yi on say assembly here me ngati interview bia
sure
ma dwenwa say there say na me beka but the me beka no how will people take it but they do baby nso a wan kasa obi so see the government side wo beka say wo mfa ho Obi, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because na minister dey say nyina oni oman mu ana onche ya na. So sometimes you are forced to grant such interviews for people to also hear the Ecoso.
The side
of government. Say, my engage you. So the media academy, minimum say, Obi and few, Unyo be a man in Tewa Semwa, and we are strong. Don't be. Even after the announcement, I invited them to my office. Some are men on Papa Nom, and Samo. Mr. Mudia, Munjaiwi, Niam Fakwa, Obi. Even at the beating, Master.
I think one last thing I'm person me busane say yes omu demand no enye ni nyina na said e wo ka no aban ebetumi meet and as aban take decision a ebe ha oman ni nyina interest eventually but do they get the assurance from you say the government is in the position financially and everything to meet omu demand ni bimpo? Do they get that assurance from you?
Obi, at any time yes share our meeting, I have given them my commitment to say not until say Sadi we mean so I will not relax. I've given them that commitment. But you see, only one ministry issue. Obi so
yeah.
It is not a matter of health ministry, you know, if in the corner, no, it goes beyond it. And so we are talking. Oh, Obi, I'm constrained. Maybe behind the scene, I can explain a lot of things for you to understand it.
Sure.
Because in some people, wow, change come will be at Wasano. Not a moon church, and at this material time or no,
Yeah. Fortunately, sir, we nurses and midwives from association Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Okay. Inti producers na bo mo de Omonsaka Assistant Public Relations Officer for the association. Ese the dine the Philemon Japan. Honorable, with your indulgence, and okay, that's fine.
Obi.
Yes.
Friend, say the Ekosiise On Asempa is saying, "Menegana from Kasanameboa."
Sure.
Now we have minister,
any association
member. Near Yemba by a moon, Obi, you have not been. I was not even expecting that you are going to do this.
I agree. No,
I'm very careful not to grant any interview on this matter.
Yes.
Please be fair to me. I was not even expecting an interview after the interview came and they were granted. But that's entirely your own decision to make. But I beg you, say that.
You would also realize and nuntina mi busa o permission answer enti we are open to that enti enye problem da se pass when yam reni ye din komo why da se pa the honorable Kwabena Minta Akando ena yatene nkano enti maybe to understand the concerns of nurses and midwives nso no Philemon Japan akwa beti saying
Obi me nurse for midwives in Ghana
na association no executives no moya dodo was saying
association executives no doso na ofa national executives na ye 9
moya 9 including president and vice president
sa until president bako and there 2 vice presidents
okay
and there was secretary bako and assistant secretary your PRO back on and assistant PRO and a treasurer back on the assistant treasurer. Into that 9 of us form the National Executive Committee. Like more or less like the administrators of the union.
Into a baby be say mo bargaining certificate on and some near there a more national executive na more engaging ministry no na executives no more apart from one more makanaway
around obia wo nempesa say na say bisa ya declare strike into dodona nam more monitoring ni na tefo
say executives na to kwan mu ni Ghana ha
emu mienu etukwan
hwan na hwan
president no any secretary no committee
ewa brochire president ni secretary but mostly say was a mukoshia minister, for example, president ne secretary di muntintimai pa meboa.
Your vice president too, your assistant secretary or your PRO so. And a president can be called into a meeting via Zoom or WhatsApp or whichever other way.
Na president ne secretary no omutu kwan da ben was it after mo started strike here now say even before
omo koyansa yes starting
omo koyansa na mo started no mo mai
ombeba anche bi ombeba.
But the other thing would be say I mean any minister dinkomo minister Tremua will take you over as minister of the ministry, you know, only share not less than 6 times. I mean it was obvious say the doors no were opened for you to want to engage you any other at the point he thought say you were getting somewhere. All of a sudden the boom more announcing roadmap strike etwaso any other. That certainly is not fair to the minister, Meboa.
Well, Minister Kanisa, I don't know, sir, Obama requirement on that, sir.
Yes, sir, a question I maybe to meet you.
Yeah, no question is share minister no, on a number of times. Now make a meeting
Asempa FM.
Now, people say minister no, why a crowd or say conditions of service now you are negotiating, you are signing, you know, you be implemented. Like I say, in one of the meetings, he had to call us back door to talk to us. But minimum, and straightforward, sir. In the BBN Amunia, but my share the so now, yeah, implement the conditions of service. And not Santi, yeah, bombarding BRC, yeah, Omomudi a chikwine, and that is a midwives, a council in particular. Because council, no, represented the whole Ghana. We have reps from each region, and it forms the National Council. Now, National Council, they take a decision, say, yeah, cost strike, and I am cost strike, and I, yes, say, it is an among way. Now, and I'm telling any minister needing it, I want to yet to about share council, me say, or mommy in Yabotre. Now, the man is acting in good faith. Council on my brain. And I'm saying council on my brain. See, Brown, no see, minister now. Now, yeah, it's your monaso say, a from Honjo, just as here. Sanamumbia, ACU2, na ye sign it. Conditions so na empty. So say nothing here negotiation. Negotiation we dada. Yeah, we assign. Yeah, negotiation. Na Ministry of Health, or more reps room. Na Ministry of Finance, or more rep room. In fact, it do be one of the conditions be make I say yeah table amount be or more cancel money mandate into money agree. They had to wait for over 72 hours to get a mandate answer or multi agree, and by reducing it by far to a very bigger amount. Into yes, I never win
Asempa FM.
Hello? Hello? Hey. Hello, Philemon. Okay, Mama yen sign friendly biona yen twan common so Ekosiisen sense ne high Asempa FM and for more joining you know nurses and midwives in our country have begun a strike action to press home demand for Neoma Bia or money ministry now have been engaging on a found collective bargaining agreement on conditions of service ne Neoma Bebrina enti fortunately yen Saka Minister of Health you know edi hon komo buying position on this issue. Na yene assistant PRO for the Registered Nurses and Midwives Associations ne edin komo ena ahomano atrepinti will get him back na yene no ewie. Asempa FM so enie utie na wa adwenchira 0548 443 523 for messages no ebrey obapa product ne sa wonsa enka bi da mesrel se enne bomodi ne pebi ye wo Africa Queen Mackerel tuna woman so anuncio ede ye wo oba papa sardine the best sardine you'd find in tomato sauce ena ye wo oba pa tomato paste and also no original tomato paste from Europe which is pure red and highly nutritious unya bia eboa easy to open unhia se kind tin katabia fre 0302 668357 se opedodo etua Philemon otemenka
meto kapa no
entina wanugu asem so me entie o
enti de meka ne say your next council need di nkomo say enam anamona minister na sebo say obetu no wa he conditions of service na ya negotiate ya sign away na be implement it omunya botre na yen fa gidie nta omochi obi yesiai March 3rd yesiai April yesiai April 6th yesiai be 28 April yewie yesiai be 30th April ansa ye ba be May enti brano yesiai bia na ye ka na ye chidi for no omo patients no na kakra because we keep giving them excuses. Minister Nebayen say, hey, omo ready budget yenya botre kakra almost the IMF meeting yen chen kakra Ekosiise say at the point yes man perform omo Ministry of Finance finance minister now ne secretaries ni bi say oh document no wa hakra anka honorable be sign na mistake bi was nti when me answer nti he na correct mistake no ye wi a obe sign ye kosi eche na say we tu kwai ene ye be jojo cancer na kuma say ye nya boche no omo o tu kwai ombra oba ye be he na ya solve problem nti me dey enye say bia boakaye ana ye ni abadaye. It's true, say the minister, we have had engagement, but we as leaders, our hands are tied. Yeah, what HD4 sebe or more fee say, Abino doesn't take them serious. That's the first thing. And I'm saying conditions of service now, yeah, pre-implementation, and yeah, in the health sector. There were different groups and different unions our health sector obia implement last year obia or negotiating conditions of service in we implementing it last year make us say they are enjoying it into say mame for allowance 50 Ghana cedi na say 40 gallons minia ono nurse oh no, what you're implementing it, and maybe you're trying to bear 80 Ghana cedi. And I'm saying the same 40 gallons, so no, they have changed the rates for the person. You know, so the same market. You see, let's change. No, or market say, oh, ye didn't get one, say, ye meetings into or more conditions and or more what is due them to wait. That is the predicament that we find ourselves in as leaders.
And that's why as leaders, we declare strike to satisfy our members, right? In other words.
Obi, answer na meka say ampana enye ampano. She said 28th of May.
Yes.
And a press conference. And the Minister Nekasana can be about Labor Commission and so forth. I don't want to go into it at all. Or me minister, me sector minister, and me woman pa. 28 na yet in Tesukoko ye boko jane ye threaten say, "O mo he no man fa na me ngu kwema." See ne bebano. Minister no 8 to America FA on the 30th of May. I am pa Ekosiise May 30th. I want the office. Now Ekosiise saying we couldn't make any progress as to whether or not the finance minister has signed the document and taken it to controller. Yankwa for no more try response. Labor Commission didn't see the need to meet us in 72 hours after the labor law in section 1621 of the Labor Act at 651 no. Essential service staff no or more threatening industrial action and I said when there is a dispute within 72 hours 3 days it should be solved. They turn blind eye. In some way invite say oh you must strike legal na illegal na the bisano. I think they didn't also come with equity. Yes, he said, you incorporate the no. Or more sharing leaders, you know. The ministry is so sharing as leaders. So we are in a crossroad, we are in a very tight corner. Now we have been able to hold the situation for these 5 months. And so yeah, now they are calling for our heads because it's like we are not speaking what they are seeking to.
Yeah, but as leaders, said they work, I mean, you know at first hand in Komoa also between money minister and willingness of the minister, as you rightfully said, the willingness of the minister to want to engage, and also against the backdrop, say, abai eteki over no omu abosumi numua enye. I get the fact, say last year all the other associations no more Dieno it's been done or must start to enjoy. Momo Dieno was not done last year. I don't know say because of my numbers need you say but in 5 months don't you think say maybe you could have convinced your members to hold on a bit for a bind to fully settle and then because the release is near the crown. Yes, budget has been approved but releases and share that MIs. Don't you think it's so much of a stampede on government?
Obi, last year 2024, I did back home what India and the moment my implement and numbers in India.
Okay.
And because of a court issue, one of our little groups were agitating a court. Into the ministry, I was one of the representatives at the court. Into the Ministry of Finance rep, kept prompting us to say, oh, my documents will be ready to control and more change. I'm a court not pass a judgment, then they will attach it as evidence, then they will pay us. In fact, some more draw budget, they call to look at the components in the conditions of service. Send away on factor those things into their discussion and into their budget. It is not like Wapaebi say be a normal person between and numbers. And number two, I buy the buy say conditions of service. They say who negotiate we as a was sign here. It becomes a binding document between the parties. And see, renegotiating them. If there is any renegotiation, it has to be the next time, which is 2026. Many can say, yeah, conditions of service, 1 year, it's every 2 years. It's a living document. Say, President, take care of honeymoon, or can your money be now, honeymoon, there, make us say, be our 1 month, 2 months, because there's work waiting for us. And the value of the money keeps changing every now and then. 1,000 Ghana, it may be different now. And Obi, to be honest with you, amount to Nanya my friend one chain, I made figures not to get some small amounts.
Yeah, but some more numbers
implement. When you start implementing, we can look at the portions that needs discussing. To say the minister, we can sit down to discuss those ones and get those ones on board as well. But say, say, oh, at the end, we need discussion. See, channel, and no, for another better.
It when a indefinite strike, and I say more for some specific number of days. We.
Say roadmap on Saturday.
Darby.
You in a Menoka area made best and you. See, from 3rd to 4th. Yes, we were very specific with our time.
Okay.
Because of labor issues. 28 now, you declare a press release, you change 7 days, which was going to end on the 3rd.
Okay.
But and I'm saying, I'm surprised in 2nd and 3rd, no, you red band to send them signals that time now so for withdrawal of services. Withdrawal of services will start from 4th.
Yes.
And we have withdrawn OPD services, ANC services, public health services, antenatal, postnatal, specialist clinic. We are doing all this. We have heightened or made the roadmap elastic to give government the opportunity to engage and solve the problem.
In the withdrawal of services, it lasted for how long?
They said American on 9th, and they say total withdrawal of services. Sana roadmap no AC. Bibian to us be say ebia ebe end next year na next month.
Okay. Nti end your 5th. Not just the obubo Osema withdraws and over to till 9th. And
till 8th.
Till 8th. Not just from
9th. Total withdrawal.
Wow. And as
I look at more ward, male ward, surgical ward, female ward, or munina maternity ward, or munina or what? Or more shy for. And I'm gonna for who don't see. Or more class or more bread. No munya no more job, more home, or monkwana a juma. La poor much also Ghana for who don't see. Or monkoso a juma. But I hope we say we won't get to 9th. Maybe do 9th and then not to say.
Resolving issues. Now, me pacho finally, I mean, the Ghana ni be episode here. What would it take for the association to call off this whole thing? A day and a isi ebe mo jai mo twa we nyina so.
So what it takes is the finance minister signing the agreed condition. You have to negotiate for that.
Okay.
Or signing no akasa mo fanko controller to pay the nurses and midwives what is due them. Now or signing we na controller almost start here. They will pay the ones that they can pay and the few ones that need discussion. The Minister of Health, as he said, will form. He has already even formed a 3-member committee. He has invited us to give someone select someone to be part of that committee to help with the implementation. We have done that. They will see to the others that needs discussion or fine-tuning to get paid. But the immediate ones that are very minor issues, let's take it out of the books. And the next midwives will go to work.
Very well. Ma yenase na bibiania ye besan ya ba bedi nkomo bio nti se wankasa wo facility ben
obi enye ni na na se medi tudwa me shewa
so anyway smart, I'll grant you that bibiania besan yeah, I get you. Medasi bibiania besan di nkomo bio why
Medasi the way for us.
Good. Philemon Japan, assistant PR Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, and Moten and Kano. There are still a number of interviews. I was say Medicare Kase on the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act. Commentary, aye bebre from some persons in government, from persons in opposition, from civil society, in ye won komo bebre yebehwena yedi. There are news reporting so as GPRTU for threaten a nationwide strike over 1 Ghana cedi fuel levy. Nokre wom eyeden yene GPRTU for bekasa sisia enchebia na yamamo that particular story as well. Ekosiisen suni ehaya Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma memfa we entwem emamo diagnostic herbal de draw waso bia ba ye friend of Fontina 74. Fontina 74 ye the treaty kidney disease, liver, high blood pressure, ulcer, and general well-being. Eyedra FDA agiatum say omahwehweme wo sampa etimi treat nyarewa we amabobɔ so nyinara enti one won enkasa me chere diagnostic herbal say ope duro bi ato a omo number is 0246 073 498 0246 073 498 and 0501 628 931 na wafre won mu amo pensa se atonsa se amanso bia eni ho Royal Kingdom Estate and a year camfo ede amamo Royal Kingdom Estate omo specialize in land acquisition o pass ase atwa o menye bia ma osisi a construction o asaso be si dan wo so ma on be ya ma osisi a design in bia why wadwe se obesi dan na architectural drawings on be draw ma kama na bibia timi akoye and na o property na person mo manage ma they are also into property management and mama yenshanen so in fact omunsa ase omo ton no ebi wa Accra na Ebri prime areas one crime na Ebri ebo ne sha ase free 90,000 Ghana cedis ubenya asase kama ombesia ma flexible payment plan omadan omomasi omoton very affordable enti eno ewo ho na ope premium furnished apartment in so for short rentals ni nyina no omo ewo bi omo office ewo opposite Soul Clinic International School or Cantonment in the Okoha Ubehu Alhaji Abbas Imoro Industrial Relations Manager ma GPRT Alhaji kwa better saying
yeah Joso
na GPRT for mo ho ye de
ya ho ya pa
Matisa mo se mo be call strike enam emrafo Friday 1 CD air to full liter bia so no no kre
maybe record beyond that even but it depends
beyond strike no
and press conference against this one CD on the liter no so say omuni andi munim se mo be ya de na mo ma e kwan yayi welfare no so nanka munim se mo way under your slaves no ese mo kan kire na yan so de ye be ye they ayi welfare so due to fuel aba from kakra ya juno so de ayi welfare so no more turn around mo de wen so aba ante ese omo yin free ho se bebu o meka omo bra na entrance na yan kan ye kanansi ase eba na ya ho de ye batumi aye na one city on the later cra enye skatitia emrebia ye be yi fuel price so na ya yi so be 20% na ye sabebre maye
yeah but say abain say mo okay
the time no mo dey ya de no there enye kra ente obon train sign I entrance yen hwe de abet na ya afa
muhune se omode omonsa ba kwa mamode e na omode omonsa ba konso sen age afri mo ho
exactly
yeah but in tremu omode aba at least for now say fuel buono na a liter no moto ne be by January this year na moto ne be saying 15 series ana
no yan fa no bo akunta previous government no on say kika mo de bia say fuel price no bo ye di ye ka
yes
enye say ya ye di say price no AMI enye sa ye kika no na mo say yes samoa mo be so amai ampa mo ba en so mo so amai anti aden
yes, almost say almost share mama aba from monya savings be 3 cedis bi in the 3 cedis no mon sign for 1 cedi bi mo aban na on fanye ada nioma e be ma mo kanea ejina so amamo
yeah fuel no ye to the year juma
yes
and ya ti the things no say ye din ebe affect ye din e ba yenim say mo so monim so ma ye bebisa And can say, yeah, you for so by 15%, yeah, you so. Nobody will do that. Nobody.
Now, it is a 1 Ghana cedi, no, ABR. On
the liter.
Yeah, on the liter. Yeah, on the liter, no sure. So, Omoya and be 50 pesos and 60 pesos be the anke, Yamamo.
Master, what say ya traffic? Way. Yes, so, yeah, dream the bar. Dear, you woman, now I so obey for gram so now ye low so by 15%. Well, yeah, say a kumamu ya dream. Ampa, yeah, send a animal transfer car, and so. Yeah, so. Wow.
Yes. But Siciano, in Teswa 15% no, more implement it. Hello? Alaji? Nami Busa say 15% in Teswa na mate transport fare. So Siciano juma more implement it.
And there's a very good cost time to. Yeah, you so I say yeah, juma.
And this is an hour say Moya press conference and then Timothy strike no more shall say that be.
Yeah, ma up to 10th June.
10th June.
Yeah.
Okay. Say a day and see more shall say a Bible withdraw sa 1 cedi on a liter no. Hey, within the next 6 days, yeah.
Well, say you call your name. Maybe a person saw your insurance. And also, you call your name. And I am to me, you lawyer first, so I'll dip at 15%. Then I also say, would they want it on the letters to fang also.
Wow. And it's a moka say striker. Na mo patch say mokas ni na mo de besi wa amunya adwuma.
Well, say I big I will fear. Wa
yeah, mekai.
Ko demo mekai.
Mekai.
Anu yes sorry keke. Anko yes. Baby na push here. E ko do something person.
Mate enti yebehwe response aban ede ebeba.
Exactly.
Because enen so na omampanyin unse parliament pass mrawi a e wo so omampanyin de nsa sha ase na aba be yemra enne ya no omampanyin so de nsa e sha ase asisi a abaye mra eda ho.
No. Ela koye ni.
Alaji bibia ni ebedi komo why?
No.
Medase pa. Medase. In the Alaji Abbas Imoro, Kasamafo edema GPRTU, Motesi no ADN Komo, Independent Power Generators Ghana, IPGG, and so a issue statement. And you recall, sir, as part of the memoir, a company bill where I call Parliament, no, Finance Minister in the memo, no. At the same time, omode sa bill we call Parliament no share memo nim inti okanya or say the object of the bill no Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025. The object of the bill is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025 to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debt, and stabilize power supply. The power sector is the biggest economic and fiscal risk presently faced by the country. This could lead to major crisis if it is not addressed. The challenges in the energy sector are quite enormous, emanating from debt shortfalls, insufficient gas supply, and inefficiencies. The total energy sector debt as at the end of March 2025 stands at $3.1 billion United States dollars. The debt includes money owed to independent power producers, state-owned enterprises, and fuel suppliers. In the bill we go through Parliament on Mampenyede in Sa Esha, independent power suppliers, independent power generators, Omunso issue statement. Now, almost statement neka say the introduction of 1 Ghana cedi energy sector levy is a necessary measure to restore stability in the power sector. Na nipa an sasha say Dr. Ekosiisen Kwabla Apetogbo. Osei, the Independent Power Generators Ghana extends its firm support for the government of Ghana's introduction of a 1 Ghana cedi energy sector levy aimed at addressing the growing and unsustainable debt within the electricity value chain. This policy intervention is both necessary and time sensitive given the precarious financial state of the sector. It must be stated with clarity and conviction that the current accumulation of debt, now significantly compounded and overdue, was entirely avoidable. The sector's distress, which affects power producers, fuel suppliers, and system reliability, is a direct consequence of the mismanagement and misapplication of previously established energy sector levy and bond proceeds and loans. Funds that were earmarked for the settlement of legacy debt and restoration of financial health were not applied with the discipline, transparency, and accountability that the sector required. As a result, the entire power delivery ecosystem is now under immense strain. Independent power generators are unable to recover costs, maintain assets, or secure timely fuel supplies, a situation that undermines grid stability, endangers electricity reliability, and diminishes confidence among investors and financial partners. In this context, IPPs commends the current administration for taking responsibility and initiating decisive corrective actions. The introduction of the 1 Ghana cedi levy is a pragmatic and forward-looking measure. If properly ring-fenced, monitored, and applied transparently, it can serve as a credible instrument for restoring liquidity and credibility in the power sector. We acknowledge the genuine burden any new levy places on consumers, especially under current economic conditions. However, the consequences of inaction, blackouts, plant shutdowns, job losses, and erosion of national productivity are far more severe and immediate. Ensuring a stable and resilient electricity supply is a shared responsibility that requires collective sacrifice and institutional accountability. IPPs therefore appeals to all Ghanaians to support this measure in good faith. We stand ready to collaborate with the government and all stakeholders to ensure that the proceeds are effectively utilized and that the sector is placed on a path of financial sustainability, operational efficiency, and long-term resilience. Dr. Ekosiisen Kwabla Apetogbo and an ensa eshewe asye. But menyan intese wabeka yensa wa homanzo doc. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope you're doing well. Fantastic. I'm doing very, very well. I just read your statement and the second paragraph is quite interesting.
Okay.
So I was likening you to the IMF and the World Bank. Anytime there is a change of government, you find the narrative from IMF trying to paint the previous government black, trying to say they mismanaged the economy and all of that, and they would have high praises for the new government. I don't know if it's the same strategy you're adopting here, because I've never read anything from you under the Eswal administration where you had these harsh words for them, because you state here that the sector's distress, which affect power producers, fuel suppliers, and system reliability, is a direct consequence of the mismanagement and misapplication of previously established energy sector levy and bond proceeds and loans. Funds that were earmarked for the settlement of legacy debt and restoration of financial health were not applied with the discipline, transparency, and accountability that the sector required. I don't know if you issued any such statement under the Eswal administration. Did you?
If you are true to yourself, you will realize that the kind of relationship that existed between us and the previous government was such a wholesome one. I have just spoken to someone revealing that after the end of December 2016, the former government, that is the NDP government, was paying over 80% of our monthly power supply invoices, accumulating about 20% in our arrears. But the former government, from the time that the PBS took over to the time that they left office, they were paying less than 20% of our invoices, accumulating over 80% in arrears. How can this be sustained?
Yeah, but my question was, I never read any official statement from the independent power generators that really called out the previous government for mismanagement like you're doing now.
I would rather advise that you do a thorough research to confirm the kind of relationship or the communication or the correspondence that we have with the former government.
Yeah, but if you did and that was made public, you can say it now. You can tell us now.
Yeah, that is why I said that you can research more. You will see those things. Our communications, the communications are out there. There is nothing new.
And that you publicly criticize the former government for mismanaging the energy debt recovery levy.
Please. If you would like us to speak to issues that borders on the sustainability of the sector, let's speak to it.
No, we can have that conversation based on some set principles, because we need to be principled in some of these conversations. And that's why I'm beginning from this particular angle. If you may indulge me.
I'm listening to you, so I'll say to that person once.
Good. So now you claim the 1 Ghana cedi levy now is what the system needs. If the former government was mismanaging the proceeds, and I know that as we speak, in the energy price build-up, there is some 95 pesos which was supposed to go into paying legacy debt. If there is a new government that can now manage the receipt of 95 pesos well, why then do we need 1 Ghana cedi more?
Let me clarify to you. I did not say that the 1 Ghana cedi is all the sector need. I call for the support of the 1 Ghana cedi to help address the legacy issues or the financial issues bordering on the sector. I think that point needs to look clear. We were in this country that were told that they are raising about 1 billion bonds to defray the energy sector debt. Not even a peso, not even a cent has been disbursed to the sector. We're also in this country that we know of energy sector levy that has accumulated so much after December 16 that we know will be used to support the system, only for us to be empty-handed to it. We don't know what about of that fund or that investment that has been made to support the sector. And we are here today. It is worrying and shameful that for us annually we should be still nationally discussing about energy sector issues when we expect to move forward.
Yeah, but are you, because the point you made is quite instructive, that the proceeds from the bonds, which bonds were taken on the back of ESLA, not even a peso, went into the payment of legacy debt? Is that what you said?
Exactly, that's what I said.
And these are contained in official reports submitted to Parliament that not even a peso was used to settle legacy debt?
I have referred you to a research on some of this, and I'm saying that out of that 1 billion, not even a cent has been spent on the energy sector.
Wow. So, because I recall that in the memo accompanying this new bill, which has just been passed, the finance minister said the existing debt is some 3.1 billion US dollars. We are told by the former administration that they came to meet a debt of some 2.5 billion US dollars, and that's contained in the former president's last State of the Nation's address. So if you say all of these receipts were not invested into reducing the debt, how come the debt didn't balloon to the $25 billion which was predicted?
If you check my interviews or correspondences,
yes,
I have always disputed figures that the former government have posted out there,
okay,
as the energy sector
debt.
And we have always complained that not much has been done to address the settlement of the outstanding issues. You mentioned about 5 billion. How did they come about that? I mentioned to you earlier that the sector at the time that they took office was paying almost or over 80% of the invoices that we give them, accumulating 20. How would that result in the 5 billion we are talking about? Where did they get the figure from?
No, which 5 billion? I said 2.5 billion.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So, sorry about that.
Yeah, the president in his State of the Nation address said he inherited a debt of 2.5 billion, and I was looking for the exact wording to read out for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is it. I have it here. He says, when my administration assumed office, we inherited an energy sector legacy debt of $2.5 billion. The Energy Sector Recovery Program, developed by government and the World Bank, projected that this debt would balloon to a staggering $12.5 billion within 5 years if no decisive actions were taken. We knew that such a scenario would cripple the sector, undermine investor confidence, and plunge the nation back into darkness. Mr. Speaker, we got to work immediately. Through tough negotiations with independent power producers, prudent financial management, and targeted interventions, we have been able to stabilize the sector while keeping the light on. I am pleased to report that we have kept the energy sector legacy debt at 2.5 billion, the same level we inherited, and have averted the $12.5 billion debt scenario despite the rising cost of energy production and the global economic challenges that have unfolded during my tenure. So this is the president speaking in his last State of the Nation's address in the House of Records, which is the Parliament of Ghana. Mr.
Yes.
So do you dispute the figure the president put in his State of the Nation's address?
To me, I will not take that as a cruise state of affairs in the sector. You have seen or heard about the figures that are actually on the book of ECG in respect or in honor to the other actors of the electricity supply value chain. Just 2 days ago or yesterday or so, I heard the energy minister mention that ECG's book alone has over close to 58 billion Ghana cedis as outstanding debt.
Yeah.
Just suppose that with what you are saying, if that's actually true,
Yeah, but that's what I read to you, that when you check the memo accompanying the bill, the Minister of Finance himself said that as at the end of March 2025, the total energy sector debt stood at 3.1 billion US dollars.
That should tell you, yes, not much has been done about the debt position that I'm talking to you that is lingering. If what the former government or the former president mentioned were true, we shouldn't have been at this region of debt in the sector.
Yeah, but if not much was done, and if it was predicted that our debt in 5 years from 2017 would balloon to 12.5 billion, and after 8 years, the president was reporting that it still stood at $2.5 billion, then you cannot...
You mentioned that it was projected.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that it was projected.
Absolutely. So then you cannot then in fair conscience say that nothing was done to reduce the debt in the sector.
Perhaps you do not understand what the issues are clearly.
Okay, then let me understand.
That from 2016, how much was being accumulated, and as we speak, how much has been accumulated.
Okay, so
there is a big way of difference between these two scenarios.
Okay, I get your point. Back to my question on, so you believe that, as I said, the previous government mismanaged the receipt we had from ESLA. The new government is in place now. If they are able to manage the ESLA receipt well, can't we, with the same receipt, deal with the debt? Do we need to add on 1 Ghana cedi before the debt can be cleared? That was my substantive question.
I will just simply ask you if the funds that you are talking about, yes, the 95 first word that you are talking about, yes, is it available? Is it there? If it is there, I will join you right now that let's be teaching the president that the money is already there. We don't need a new levy.
Yeah, that money is there. That money is part.
Let me know. I don't know.
Yeah, that money is part of the price build-up. It is there. It is part of the price build-up. Because ESLA itself is an old law. It's a 2015 law. This is an amendment.
It's not a new thing.
Absolutely. So it tells you there is already.
My question is that has that been judiciously applied? Has it been applied appropriately? If it has been done, I don't think we should be doing additional 1 cedi again.
Yeah, but if the new government can manage it well, appropriately, as you are saying,
yes,
do you think we still need the 1 Ghana cedi? That's my question.
Well, maybe I'm not getting you.
Okay. So let's grant. I'm coming. Let's grant that the previous government didn't manage it well. For the purpose of the argument, the previous government didn't manage it well. Now there is a new government. That new government has promised to manage the receipt well.
Yes.
Why then do we need 1 Ghana cedi more? That's my question.
Well, they have made some calculation. There are some realities on the ground. By the estimation of the finance minister and the energy minister, they realize that what we have cannot address the challenges or the issue at hand. And for that matter, appealing to Ghanaians that let's contribute 1 Ghana cedi per liter of paper that we buy or so that we buy to support the quantum of issue at hand. This is their justification. If it were enough, I don't think the president would like to emburden Ghanaians with additional 1 cedi just for fun.
And for you as a group, you are Independent Power Generators Ghana. So you are more like a lobby group for the independent power producers. You support the rationale from government, right?
I believe you are aware of the consequences of the outstanding debt. You know the investment by the IPPs are for borrowed funds, for which repayment has to be made periodically to the lenders. And because we keep failing in honoring these obligations, mind you, it's also accumulating additional penalties for default. Who then comes to our aid if this issue is not addressed? Will you be happy if we shut down our plants? Will you be happy if people go home because the plants are shut down? Will you be happy if industries are trying for sustainable electricity to carry on their production activity? Will you be happy you go home and there is no light the following morning? Is that what you celebrate?
Okay, so
it is just unfortunate. Let me repeat again that every year power issues have to become an issue of concern in this country. How much capacity do we have in this country? Less than 6,000. And periodically, yearly basis, it becomes a ritual that at certain point in time we have to be shouting every day on radio, talking about energy issues, talking about energy sector debt. Aren't we competent enough to put this matter to rest?
Yeah, but the other thing is that for you as independent power producers, the power you generate is factored into the tariff setting by PURC based on the agreement you have with ECG in power purchase agreement you sign with them. All of that is factored into the tariff setting by PURC. What is not factored now, and that means that for every power you generate, if we are to follow, the payment schedules you have with ECG and government, there should be no debt as far as the IPPs are concerned. What is outstanding now, which is not factored in the tariff setting, is the liquid fuels government buys to enable you generate power. Would you be surprised if I tell you that this extra 1 Ghana cedi is not really going into the payment of legacy debt, but rather the procurement of liquid fuel to allow you guys generate power? Would you be surprised if I tell you that?
That's one who are saying it. I don't have an idea. All I heard was that the money will be used to defray energy sector debt, including procurement and any other thing. So as to whether it will be applied to only for procurement, I have no idea about that.
But the energy sector debt, as I said, with the power you generate, because the debt includes monies owed IPPs. And I'm saying the power you generate is factored into the tariff setting which Ghanaians pay. So if we should go by the cash waterfall mechanism strictly, there should be no debt on your books. That's the argument I'm making to you. So rather than introduce 1 Ghana cedi, we should probably look at the cash waterfall mechanism and pay you what you are due, because what you are due is factored into the tariffs we pay for the power we consume. You agree with me, don't you?
I disagree with you. I disagree with you entirely.
Why? Let me understand.
Let me explain to you.
Okay.
Cash waterfall is or disbursed revenue that ECG has collected based on how much power is generated.
Sure.
And mind you, it is not a platform to address liquidity issues in the sector. What it is basically doing is that whatever comes in as a revenue is fairly distributed.
Absolutely.
To contributors in the sector.
Absolutely.
If we are talking about fuel component not factored into the tariff that is given to the consumer, that is a regulatory matter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an issue that the regulator has to answer. Because any tariff that is given to any electricity consumer is supposed to be able to pay for the generator, is supposed to be able to pay for transmission, at the same time pay for distribution value addition services. If he fails to pay all these things, it's an issue of regulation. That has nothing to do with IPPs.
No, I understand. But what I'm saying is, because as part of your agreement with government is supposed to procure liquid fuel for you to generate power.
That is not an agreement we have. We don't have that agreement with any government. Every IPP has their own fuel supply agreement. It was the previous government that came out that they want to take responsibility of fuel procurement for the power plant. In that case, we have become a tolling plant. So from day one, every IPP signed their own fuel supply agreement. And we are still the custodians of the fuel supply agreement.
That's fine. And then the current government is also continuing with that arrangement. Where
they are just 5 months in office, and I believe it will be difficult for them to make any changes to any policy direction.
I get you, but is it something you would propose that they end the practice where government procures liquid fuel for the IPPs? Is it something you would propose?
For us, we are open to any fuel that will be cost effective to help ECD make sufficient revenue to sustain its operations.
That would be maybe when we have more gas. That can help. But in the absence of the second gas plant and all of that, we still have to rely on liquid fuels. My point again would be that maybe and just maybe, because the supply of liquid fuels is also part of the energy sector debt. That is why this one Ghana cedi has been introduced, and that's how come you are supporting this decision from government as a lobby group for the IPPs. Would I be right if I tell you that?
Let me tell you, let me put it this way, that this new government inherited crisis. And you know, in crisis, you resort to crisis management to address issues or to quiet down the crisis. So if they are resorting to liquid fuel to support the operations of the power plant, you must know that it's a crisis measure. Nobody in this country or in the power sector will ever support the decision to be running this power plant on liquid fuel. We will all root for the usage of natural gas as a fundamental fuel for this power plant.
Yeah, that we all agree. I mean, that we all agree. I think it's really the way to go, because that's way cheaper and all of that. But I would end with you here, and then if need be, would get back to you and talk to you again. Okay? I'm
available anytime to talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Elikplim Akpetogo, and oye Penya Oda Independent Power Generators Ghana. And to say all the independent power producers, no, omukua ekasama inti akwese se ye what telecoms chamber. Omuni jinamuma all the telcos. Ye wo Ghana Chamber of Mines. Omonso kasa ema all the multinational mining companies in Ghana, and your American Chamber of Commerce, Omoshe Ejinamuma American businesses at what Ghana, Dubai Chamber, Dubai businesses at what Ghana, into IPPs Ninswa Carbon Noma forming this group, and they are more like a lobby group. Our mono ejinemu eshe influence public policy on behalf of their client, as it were. And common they support the one Ghana cedi extra are buying at the air to a liter of fuel. So, and as I was making the point, I mean, say Osha, one critical thing fuel, liquid fuel, the power plant, because most of our power plants a dual powered. It me use gas, it me use liquid fuel. It means so why you use just liquid fuel. And in the absence of gas, you have to rely on liquid fuel. Unfortunately, there was just one gas plant. maybe in the future an additional gas plant would help. Yenya more gas will not need liquid fuels. Liquid fuels nenso bo be HFO, LCO, nina depend on plants any fuel or better a power, you know. Enti enomuno ka edaho. And I think yes, one critical thing I was a Ghana for and that's where I think the ministries of finance and energy should also be forthcoming. Na Ghana for NTRC said this one Ghana seed, really, it is not entirely to go and pay legacy debt. For procurement of fuel, because fuel ne buono enye part of tariff na PRC SRT, you know. In the years what here or light bill. But light bill na utia, you know, fuel the power plant no is not factored into. Obviously, governmental, because once you factor fuel cost no in the tariff, then increment 14% and Quebec be 48% and 50%. And the government will take a decision, say, okay, do we pass that cost on to the consumer? And I say, a buying per coin be a ombefa. And the buying up a coin up until now, and also me can be a babe. So how do you then deal with that cost item? And that's why the Ministry of Energy and Finance thinks maybe this additional sikano would help in dealing with procurement of liquid fuel. No? That is a major part of the reason why this bill had to go to Parliament. And I think government should be open with the Ghanaian. Of course, the issue of community stakeholder engagement is a major issue. And here one issue, and I was again, one Ghana city, could it have been 50 pesos, 40 pesos, 60 pesos? Because so what's your price build up now? All the 11 or so handles, our price build up now amounted to 3 cedis 27 pesos. If just one amendment at the one Ghana city become that's massive, you know. And no could have come in and all of that. But we'll come back to this subject. Mamene, the CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors in Kasa, Dr. Patrick Kweku Ofori. Doc, meti on culture na apom te saying.
Nyamiadum boko metia watie fo so.
Na wahwehwe me kakra. Why?
Me hwehwe me ye common friend ya meta ma nkra.
Na enkomo a ekosui efa, you know, this Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025 and then Komo Bebraba, it has brought in its wake 1 Ghana cedi additional on every liter of fuel. I mean, mixed reactions. Mojene saying me pacho.
Kasa den nchemu obi se me kase obi en hwa to tua ye ne de. Na momaden na ye de to ne ye. Eno ne ade amepese ye reflect nti me pese ye be kasa
Asempa FM
Ghana for ene afese so enimde for our marketing. And why me mintimi enye dede entia 1 cedi ne ohwe 1 cedi ya omode abeya aka asema emebi me no kan here say amanyo ni bia ka kire say wo bibi sonko a ode ebeti fuel prices so a oboa na ye international prices any exchange rate.
Yeah, me kai pa.
Amra ye kan sa asem na amanfo see ana BDCs na ama prices na cost. Obi me no ka say yenkofo a practice bibia broni friend hedging. A hedge with some of the banks for $60 million due in July and August at the rate of 15.87.
Asempa FM.
Omono say they are being forced to use an exchange rate of 10.23 in doing their pricing. And tina washe ebona ye ton eko Ejama Zuma OMC for Nefana ɛwɔ fam sɛnea ɔmo hunu na yɛ ka ne sei obia ni hɔ a ɔka private sectors that keep the economy going emra eniema emuye din ema oman ye ka say wo Bank of Ghana report a mention wo mo report mo sister station Joy FM
yes
portal
okay
a record losses of 1.something billion on the good for oil. Bisa say good for oil at that time supply 30% of the market. The BDCs are almost supply 70% of the market. Almost losses why na almost kwa die free omo. Na meka na me die simufu a ne ehu adwumasona any sacrifices are ebi mu ye edema oman. We don't have an issue against the one city. One, because say omu timi ayusu one city no edi etua ye na ene gas producers ne ka ama yenya gas aba abe power me ene me nkofo ye challenge ye wo sese ewo that single modeling facility and no because of say omu yusu emergency cargoes to supply DRA any power plant to avoid doom so me demorrages ebe kofom since afi yesi mu a omo say omo distract Lakers to give preference to cargoes air via any power generation. Many members now year calculation in demurrage cost to us alone over $47 million. Oster Go Energy, Go parent company there are o share your members in near the a big vessel 80 me be see honum over 40 something days. And see efficiency I downstream where enka ebikura na ka prices no ebekọ fom asense enka bo no amanfo ebe benefit more but demurrage cost nyina no the suppliers will need to find a way of clawing back and I know you could not filling station any year na me amesre Ministry of Finance any Ministry of Energy ni say ne anka poto de ti enchiri se ye di bom yenya ye de fan wiba ye infrastructure apart ye ka power sector make us say ye was single marine facility ye waiting time the mortgage check ye ni pipelines carry products no edru kumase any other parts and tenten into decentralization any adiaba o track ebe move akọ takrade onkodru yasi product ni ho eso sa bank na no na ye driver meka enti yenya ye wo sekana omode to na eba no at least omunyi bi soso a omode be improve economy soso infrastructure obi meka na ma kire wo se ukọ baby ti se tema enclave takrade kumase bus depot asi say petroleum downstream there yaboye dia yemfa obia ho ase akwan bone pa ye de trucks any ade ekọ honum ekọ this line so ekọ hwe petrol na nka ba bia ye gye to ne yente say afiri say bekọ akodu filling station ho me say who say gas trucks ni bi mu buku na oyem hyehyɛ anto so ya nhwe ya anya honum akwan na say gas cylinder ba akokora muni a ne jato honum a petrol no ma medru filling station ho ama yakoje one city eta so biem me hu say on ele kem woka no oka about governance ne accountability ne ade yesre yetua Paul levy yetua esla etua all these energy sector levy but obia bisa yese
Obi me no ti hoyi. One our appointed to MD, any to directors, any boss, ne sang kofona and manage government institutions. And the performance indicators. Anna Yadima and to say, meaning say, me betna sempa, semi manager sempa, nami metoto papa. So be far show baby or show yedri. So to papa son and listeners near the aqua. And can pay the best of a new bonus today. Yet all these allowances and better conditions of service for all these managers and the directors of these energy sector institutions. Yet is the poorest run.
Yeah, but is that not why, Doc? Is that not why, for more as industry players, no, knowing what you know, you have to vehemently resist any attempt to levy our way through inefficiencies, and that the easy man's approach. They say once we see a gap, be a yemfa tax for from radio the gap nearby, you know, we don't talk about them.
And nuntina, I can't say me person me open it up for the discussion. And yeah, can almost say, tell board, namon peki other beton nomine other international institutions a work room han. Na yet profile analysis, na share the kind of skill set and the competency that sit on those boards. So we are calling on the finance minister and the energy minister with this, with the all the support ni bibia or more power one city. Ni ayesrani say enough of the inefficiencies. We should start to see say affiliation after review of their performance. Yaje one city ma o man timi amplug ho no ene efficiency kofom enti omunya ho no omu ayisa directors ni chief executives ni di sani awo wote Asempa o performance an kosora ye be you no enti obi ya best stress yan twen e mane nkodru energy sector awards night na chief executives afa kuntuna se akwa akotuetu skama award organizers ni abemo omo ayi na emom ada punchirani da ebewu no ni ehu omo tenten se da bia ekatitiri die ene saa ne mana no enti na ye ka se ahuhia se bia ye je one Ghana cedis ni emprem player because se bia dum so beba because ebeboa ama gas aba ama lekan no yan distracting no ama yetimi adesage products in intentem. We are also calling for enhanced governance and accountability and a performance, straight performance assessment for energy sector executives.
Executives, I get that bit, but for more as BDCs, no, say more margin, fuel price build up, ni meboa.
Say I mean no say. I can confidently say that none of them is making those margins because of unnecessary competition among ourselves. Assuming say what had even $10 million at even 14 cities. Who product no who show say international prices of this area. Dollar no one here so a circle from. And two could keep product no sa pa na eden. Once you need cash flow to quickly settle nipa na odi product na amawa wealth ni mature enti wo hwe oma omani abre esu kese na utie reverse na ni statement awaye nyina omo margins kofom ye kra ye de ne de ayi road ene ka ye boy a the same thing go for a amount for boy that same time yes your boy can be we are thinking
no but doc for the consumer no say me share price build up on paper minim say margins for na what price build up nimo no bust margin wo ho BDCs na monso mo margin and two other margins be or me I pay in all of this conversation I can say inefficiencies at the gap abane adeno. Why don't we also take a second look at these margins and say was say obia take hater yentiti obia de so kakra
me no ye no I can agi tu mo honom sa but nti America say yen crop for the make some of the products we are selling it at 7 cedis per liter to the OMCs. And this was as at last week in Mukana na amount 4 ton or 13 yardin. And that was why at a point in time we were pushing for floor pricing so that when we know that this is the exchange rate, the BDCs can guarantee their margins and ensure that they are keeping themselves afloat. But exact margin say will be at 3 cities and 3 pesos krana. You are guaranteed say we can go and negotiate that. We look at the price builders. The only group of people whose margins are cast in stone are the ones going to the tax authorities and government.
Margin, because primary distribution margin, is that yours?
And
fuel marketing margin, no?
The fuel marketing margin, the market margin, and also and for my
UPPF, no?
The UPPF also say for transporters.
And the Momo Diana,
no. Say Yankee Landi products now. Your ability to negotiate the premium, no. Sankabia may be a ton. Nipan say premium of plus 20. What mean negotiate at that level, no? Now we be a 15 and asset 10. Now operational efficiencies and they determine how you carry on. But we are in the same space that we are competing with government entities like Bonsu, para-government entities like Go Energy.
Yes.
So you need to really be on your A game to ensure that a letter no ubetime be a 1 peso. And then
because
all these agencies, they don't suffer any risks associated with the exchange rate and the international price.
Yes. Because na me share build up no into say me energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy. And no ena aban amend this is here the 1 CD aka ho no. But already na 95 pesos dada.
Pesos.
Na 95 pesos dada. And aban amend the 1 CD can't acquire 1 CD 95 pesos. That's for petrol. For diesel about 1 CD 93 pesos. By our road fund levy 48 pesos. Your special good. Your special petroleum tax 46 pesos. And you say na me kai pass na e was sunset clause by drew ye pe kwan bi so bu ye ni go so na da so ehim. Your primary distribution margin 26 pesos, bust margin 12 pesos, fuel marketing margin 0.9 pesos, and a UPPF 90 pesos. Okay, can you na bomu a 3 cedis 27 pesos for petrol, and a 3 cedis 23 pesos for diesel. And rather than 1 CD additional, no. Ye share margins we nyina tetete so kakra anka emwa
anka beboa pa nemum bibiti se boss another infrastructure margin there judging from the infrastructure inadequacy what downstream near 1 cedi na almost margin at least 20 pesos should be dedicated to enhance infrastructure within the downstream.
Yeah, but I don't know the problem with that is the bill doesn't make room for specific, demand. In the answer, say, ebia ya create escrow bi, ya di gum, ya ring fence, we are bill na set out 20% of scanner wa escrow ni mono enkoha. It is going back into the consolidated fund, and we know what happens when such monies go into the consolidated fund.
And no yawa ye dear about lack of engagement and consultation as a Nicodemusly ato any sejinapo
Asempa
no mokodae omo mefanse yeda sorry aye nyina na egu abonte.
Ensemble mate say engagement no ashasi. I don't know the impact it would make, but of course
and so I tell you
say
a review.
That's possible because the other thing so they say we are told say a temporary measure and that
so when
that is not stated in the bill and also another thing the sunset clause be any bill name there also another issue but as and when because you find say ene nyame mfa sa ama but say fuel buono essence yes a page based on dollar and relationship with CD now then this one CD can no longer be justified because then, because then in the memo to the bill no finance minister Eka said the effect no will not be felt that much because of fuel buona abafom no it will make up for salary but if fuel starts say cost kakra then we may need to look at this particular levy in bill
anti obi no say no nka adrian ke betimi dia amane say senka bia exchange rate no emu obudru 11 and above or at 11 or mon enyin free ho say international price no emu beyond let's say $800 per barrel and so money free ho no so it brings some form of fairness and objectivity and it will incentivize the public and everybody thinking say almost so there are others who are also saying say the executive should also come up with say article 70 for 20% reduction in salary and now this year our more incentives need to have so that we know that everybody collectively is helping to resolve the energy crisis.
I get you, Doc. My nasi emreninti yabesia pemredi nkomobio. Medasi papa. Why? Nyamisha. Dr. Patrick Kweku Ofori, CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors. And Amotezi Eneno AD and Komo. The conversation will continue after this short break. Now, if we break no eba. Menya one former member of parliament studio ha and a one sitting member of parliament and so ha inti Dr. Bernard Okoboy, former MP Lejokuku, former health minister, former CEO of the National Health Insurance Authority, and an Honorable Desmond De Graft Peitu, or a MP for Gomoa East constituency. Wabe Kansa studio ha. After this short break, ye didn't come on. Stay with us.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Sasso, esse momento tão fraco. Sasso, esse momento tão fraco. Toda na caminha do Seche, e a rapaziada é maneira. Minha memória nessa suspeita. Every mosquito está de run away. Sasso, isso momento tão fraco. Sasso,
kum tonton preko na ni sham ne de edem stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, Ghana for bills are canning hubiamo. Bills set 2025 year. Any da so homo bia wati wakwa. Oni ejumaye. Ain't for when it's bills. Na beji loan na ubeti media ye wa wejuma. Wey loan don't come. Wun yashio. Nye wuhiane wu Ghana card. Ewa na wunsaka usika. Na sa we obia we wa wejuma upese wutremu. Anasa we ejume niya. Uchi busumi aketria. And your bills se bray. Na beji lona. Wun fe bibie siawa. Collateral. Anasa deposit. Wun hiemu bia. Ain't ya fidye. Bills se si ubia wuni ejume bia ye. Ubetumi abeji loan don't come nubi. Na sa wuts nefie na wenye sika nubi dia. Eye wow. Ain't ifre bills se siya. Ewo 0596-920-833. Ana 0302-200-390. Na wetumi echiawo bills. Name Echishaye Kakrawo. Bank of Ghana and Sasha Bills Microcredit Echishayase. Bills, financing your needs.
Every dream starts with a prayer, and every prayer ends with a promise. Because of a small investment made years ago, a proud parent's dream of seeing their child graduate becomes a proud reality. Even in retirement, these investments continue to grow, creating the freedom to live and laugh well, and to support the next generation with exciting and inspiring new business ventures. At Blue Financial Services, we turn your smallest deposits into life-changing returns. From first steps to life's greatest milestones, Blue Financial Services is with you. Dream bigger, trust deeper. Visit Blue Financial Services today. Your future starts now.
Call us on 0303-968-196. WhatsApp us on 0501-609-958. Visit our website at www.bluefs.com.gh.
Do you own a land and want to build? Don't just build. Build a house for generations to admire. Builds Limited designs and build houses. At Builds, we design luxury and contemporary houses, be it commercial or residential. My lovely people, did you know that where you live defines you? That's why when you want to build, think Builds. We provide you with ultra-modern building designs and excellent construction works. Locate us at Plantville Building, Akoko Photo, Dansuman. Call 0543-297-333 or 0504-694969. Builds. We design and build your dream house.
Hello kids! It's your chance to become the ultimate Big Chef Junior champion. If you're between the ages of 7 and 12, have the talent, creativity, and confidence to take on high-stakes cooking challenges, then send us a 2-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal and serve it while telling us about yourself. Then send it to our WhatsApp number 0551 575757. This is your chance to cook like a pro, impress the world, and battle it out for the Big Chef Junior title. Deadline for submission is April 5, 2025. Big Chef, good meals by kids.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it, you gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. We
Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Me kwami bampo penny market ya enye insuta na yesta ibisano antonso abobu esan se me packet ye miensape me ni thank you emo du fo bia dum me wa bombo se se me nkope tank nto na din tank na meta me high syntax tank din na echepa syntax tank benzo de kita warranty bebre syntax tank na fisu uni my favorite color no tank ben bit na yama me syntax tank obia se syntax tank case close Tribel tank shede atro eye SINTEX syntax tank na enye na bebie syntax tank eye strong eye tough
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. I be you know that. Saba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see now. Franco, in our binya the papa, ne water phone say Tim Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop. Double decker, any chest freezers, and change na mahoden kwa. Sheshe Franco kwabata biye benwo. Name head office, Ewada Braka, one Roxy Cinema ne die nimre. Friend 0246 422 338 and a 055 5939 311. Franco electrical appliances papa.
Nada crone ni penny autoi. Yara bone kumyai. Nada ni ariwe. Malaria fever, Montabia. Typhoid fever, Montabia. Body and menstrual pain, Montabia. Elevation. Cold and joint days, Montabia. Loss of appetite, Montabia. Montabia. Elevation. Say a punua, Montabia. Woman ya wuya, Montabia. Onuma tuna something Montabia. Elevation. Aya ni gani, Montabia. I want to do one, Montabia. Montabia. Elevation.
Semi Soriano pa Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing and mommy confidence the money nyina
se wushia ama na me sifit guso na mesrea me de Kel Chaco toothpaste and twitwi missing oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no ene de aye Kel Chaco toothpaste e boy sen ho bai e free mowa e boy simu tokro e se ahye ene enumunka chise amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so ni yeti center for
media magic Kel Chaco toothpaste atubu minsu na no pa na dwa me koda no e ma me siye fita confidence level kwaso etibinama na me sita tito ni na guso
enkane no ani ama me nim di bidie twitwi yense no asaya bebie mu bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no MSC fita e ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia wo wonum yi ram enunti mo amonom coffee wine any tobacco e kamo seso no abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste sankofa yenchi
Kel happy smile FDA aje edwedi nka to ya tomo
Ecobank mobile to make me say Ecobank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy up in my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Jenna. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise.
Deep pepper preco, not deep preco.
African Queen tea,
Say dear, what's the African Queen mackerel yasi papa? Now why non pay the pa? You are what you eat oh. And this a water mackerel I would do ania. Now what to papa no preco? African Queen mackerel. Now wait, shall we no keke? No pankwa. Mikuno say, oh sorry ate. Oh see fua, me say honey. Oh say,
have your love. Mommy crying, have you still? Give me my
that means so mackerel said. Okay. Yes, African Queen mackerel dear. Now pour one necessary. Tomato sauce, papa do so me go. And this a would be a and make your taste extra. Oh, top papa no preco. African Queen mackerel. Shall we no keke? Now pankwa. Every year they didn't have to yet.
Tontonte yanu nsani efadwen ne efadwen mpa say na nanu nim say brebi beba ama tonti na 74 opa ye ne simple T74 abeye aduro tonti na 74 ana T74 asa twe yadwene asina nanom dodo so say de na dodo bua ma nanom enyare basabasa no saa na tonti na 74 ana T74 ebu anipadua no ema immune support enti obi onum bie no abrebia ne ho dendenden tonti na 74 yinso yaye ne say nsuo krokrowa kama enti baby a wonam bia obetimi de wade akọ samene wa ankafi na ekroyi eda no nko na wie ye wa bra mennom T74 samennom tonti na 74 menya hodi mennom ne dabia T74 yi eye hahama ene ye de aye na DHC ena aframa na ye kama sa no T74 ahoden ni apomuden ko a T74 yi enye ma oba wa fafuro ana obi a oma nufo ana se obi a onya mfie dumie etu phone 05016289931 ena 0246073498 FDA agi atwadi nkratwe atom.
Hello Ghana for bills are coming home biamo. Bills set 2025 video. Any da so wo homo bia wote wo kwa oni ejuma ye. Enti fa weni tre bills na beji loan na wo betimi dia ye wa wajuma. We ye loan don komi. Wo hia shio. Nye wo hia ne wo Ghana card. Ehwa na wo nsaka usika. Na se we obi a we ye wa wajuma wo pese wo tremu. Ana se we ejuma ni a wo jibosomi aketua. Eni bills se bre na beji lona won fa bibie siawowa collateral anase deposit won hiemu bia enti afidie bills se wo bia woni adwuma bia ye wo betumi abeji loan don kominu bi na se wotna fie na wanya sika no bi dia eye wow enti fra bills se sia e wo 0596920833 ana 0302200390 na wetumi atua wo bills Nemo, HSA Kakrawo. Bank of Ghana and Sasha Bills Microcredit HSA Bills, financing your needs.
Hello kids! It's your chance to become the ultimate Big Chef Junior champion. If you're between the ages of 7 and 12, have the talent, creativity, and confidence to take on high-stakes cooking challenges, then send us a 2-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal and serve it while telling us about yourself. Then send it to our WhatsApp number 0551 575757. This is your chance to cook like a pro, impress the world, and battle it out for the Big Chef Junior title. Deadline for submission is April 5, 2025. Big Chef, good meals by kids.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundational level, others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making.
Because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires.
Wherever you are on this journey, whether you're breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, June the 20th to Sunday, June the 22nd at the Achimota Retail Center for the first clinic of the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality.
The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is powered by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and brought to you by Virtual Security Africa, Security for All, Superlock Technologies Limited, you deserve the best, DBS Industries Limited, we truly are your roof experts, The Builders Market, Bathroom, get it right, Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time, Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments, Interplast, we make sure water reaches you, even space. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 service app Bako service Bebre. Drive EVGH, drive into a sustainable future. Syntax Tank, a year strong, a year tough. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings, some at the foundational level, others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making.
Because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires.
Wherever you are on this journey, whether you're breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, June the 20th to Sunday, June the 22nd at the Achimota Retail Center for the first clinic of the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality.
The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is powered by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and brought to you by Virtual Security Africa, Security for All, Superlock Technologies Limited, you deserve the best, DBS Industries Limited, we truly are your roof experts, The Builders Market, Bathroom, get it right, Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time, Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments, Interplast, we make sure water reaches you, even space. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 service app Bako service Bebre. Drive EVGH, drive into a sustainable future. Syntax Tank, a year strong, a year tough. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye. Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo minisempa. Debrane mamba. Obi. Som. Oribo. Ekosiisen. Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no ma ye na asene ma munyina akwaba emfa momra Asempa FM so make us say Jafo no atena se medikande to manim dada say eneyenya one sitting member of parliament and one former member of parliament, and the former MP was also at the health ministry as minister. He was at the NHIA as CEO and ana oye former MP ewo Lejokuku constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Sanso ena udi weni chimo Central region Gomua East and constituency capital near Potson in the Central region. MP Odano ye Honorable Desmond de Graft Paytu wabe cancer ewaha. Honorable Paytu Akwaba evajo pija microphone nemo mami kakra. Yes. First time on the show, yeah. And Abahada.
You come about them about twice. But I am a common other sister stations.
That's nice. Akwaba pum ya.
Adumara kwa nyamiadum yepa. Onso hu yedi.
Adum. Constituency boko.
Bombo din the back of Antica Crown. And ye bet church. And we are met my brothers. Also back of Antica Crown. And also watch them and crack a crown. Our balance.
It's not a credit for some time in tea. Fantana may
mix.
Honorable Dr. Bernardo Koboy Akwaba, now home to say.
Obi. Obi. Ujijine maso.
Oh, jai.
Oh, yeah, interviewer. You see, nurses, I'm president, the secretary, na atuko mo Africa Komaro. Oh, see, I'm call. Obi. If I were brutal.
Dr. Bernardo Koboy.
Yeah, brutal.
Tell you true, my nurses no. Let's show. But in times like this, under you as minister, no unya challenge be say where almost threatening to embark on a strike next time.
Oh, as for complaints ni ebi omo pebibi yema oni amano etaba na onze Ghana labor unions no omo de obon komo na omo nsanka de omo hwe na say one fa ways we and so ultimately it ends up in laying down of tools.
Okay.
One of the things now I am and say me train ma say me bansa. Me everywhere my ejuma in government no. Omo ye key people no. Me do me advisors ni me parties.
Yes.
So that sound the alarms am law like earlier. Exactly. Me kai mi ko kolebu no. We the unfa chance me boni din. Mr. Ofe Palm.
Okay.
Na omo kolebu senior staff association. Now anytime I kolebu turmoil ni omo issues we ba no. Or your main figure.
Okay.
Now always issues na management say yes our board say de biasa. Enti me papa president Kufado say me nko board chairman kolebu. First person me free phone so. Ofe Palm. I'm so see Pam, see doctor no say hey, see me no never be ejuma no. Sa mu nyama na de bia mo soja no. Mu be chere me kwa be fa soja no ever form. Inje obi, me kai so say odi ni nko for bon komo say omunya abotena say new board chama ba na nko for nka say na wo professors ni nko for o mo akọ retirement kra me wan no. This young guy ababo ni na ozi yenya we say and also catch up and say signal ba kwa hu eche say we are likely to work together and succeed. Say I'm the first board chairman. My family phone a friend. Now in the past, a board be friend. No, but this is very commission. Obi, the long and short say nyamia dum ye bomodin ye juma. Am I tell me free on anche. Say no a part of management. From fighting the system.
The system. Is there a part
to being part of the system?
Of the system.
He's the director of pharmacy at Kolebu.
Oh, okay.
Doing fantastic job. Very competent person. Now, Adiba Kwama who Ghana a part of a culture and he say Obi Okasa Bibi na they don't tolerate you in most organizations. Obi me start here Benjuma me breast till me by politics. Because me hua Obeka. Now, for some strange reason, most Ghanaians in penny power okan sem and ultimate can query and all that. Enti say obi na ya kase or a trouble or enemy of the system. But obi na the fellow means well.
Yeah.
Enti mesre especially ya nyame adom ye hwe government agencies and yenya opportunity to serve.
Yes.
The difficult ones rather no enter and get it close. Now honorable Kando unzo buy na nche. So mesre mi nua nurses no bibi a omunya abotere na ono so no the engagement should continue. It should be many agents and all can say National Labour Commission say they should call it off, but no, he's still negotiating and talking to them. I mean, they should continue talking. And Sebio, sometimes all you have to do is to move your position small. Unzo say omoko, I think finance ministry when I see wedding pina or I was saying which means omakofa. So let's try and complete it. Now let's try Obi strike the enye easy. O tianko ye nada obera she say o call hospital bi. Now you see strike inti. Strike has a way of what's the word? It disables the whole system. Because one person be also on check with pressure. Only on the doctor need to know answer say obi ani obe check pressure and dia me here make up. Sato be ko ti anta no nso no anesthetic the owema edura ma wada no e wo ho. Na so ka so unfortunately we say next we make input. Onu ni ho into the same system ni na aye slow. Ena emergency bebre wo ho no onye obi so mu a na waje wo nkwa. Wanye lucky na obi ni ope na asem. Nti e be share nurses no yenim say they mean well. Nti nyina sre won we de lawyer obi sre won. Incumbent MP ensu sre won. Opposition force sre won. Say pomacho. Say na honorable candle buyer the kasa aye kokama yi. Omo mfa no nyejuma na yen resolve the issues.
Yeah, it's true. Honorable Petu, your message to nurses are retail in Yumbri.
Yeah.
And midwives.
Yes, Obi, Medase.
Yes.
Mamembo Minua Nabado, Papa Pai. In fact, the illustration was very good. Yaka Mayed Bebe we are in there, yes, Abanyi by on cherry. Anopeno Mekasa, one of the sister FM, Konongono. Okay. I'm saying, how do you got to know my normal? So we have to call you. Nah, make sure margin there. Labor Commission. One away mentioned a mother to all this. According to when we invite mu meeting the dampo muntum mwamba. Adichin yayati the mopede moko strike. As to whether the mwamba no mo shadow. Mwan shadow obi anyim nyandi yenyim na mwaso na moko strike na wa babeka do mo strike no onye papa ehwe womra ni mu awokani na somewhere 2024 minyim na mebra ba ono no ba short term in the ministry ho they had a discussion with the government on the round table. I was signed one bonuses, one allowances, one ndama we here no, although you prompt which government accepted.
Yes.
But in as much as the government couldn't deliver efficiency on that, no, nobody know. Such as Yahweh, nyane ye jumo ha, yako management o, ejuma na edin. Obi betra bekekemwa hweme betra hei ekekemwa na rekasa ebo wie na omni mukura ye kompo
onyeze
seta say baby atin so wa bo sorry na ade asan we do feel late nti management nhwe na wonfa bibi kakra nka wade no mo so management jiwa no yede yati ye bohwe na ya baby a is a first step in good direction orichara bobonkai Nemum senya tiwetua de management enyinda ende beba betra ho na ba ya se menye program no yanhihye obi a yedenreba why no nye is an example to them my brother Orkan so we rush obi ko hospital nurse ni ho a obetake pressure obehwe ni sugar no one watch the first report and say no dey my doctor nhudo ya baby a doctor no orehwem krofa woba enti ontumi nsan fifom do onyim damadi na ontumi nsan fifom emma meye de medwuma no no nansan ko consulting room no nsan ko hwe patient ne yeden eka na chede necessary ni wa they can work ya besro achianso ombwe aban kwa aban ba baby aban ye kodui no aban ya wa be obotuado but e bia baba na hu de emergency bi wo hono mu a order to win ne dikan ehwe set ase na nsa na ba bo hwe ma otodo ebien na de
Meji de say be allowances, bonuses over time na de na omba. This is a secondary matter. It's not about your salary. The young family. You best sound the wunya buta. Anya no bakwa quiet there. They are being driven by somebody who be na influence one idea to do that. And I know competently is not so. We free there 2024 basin that the archer and cover there aban na utia na aban fufraba. Ni na nkamfra. Ya sam ya krope. To them aminu ikai. We are appealing to them. Yes sir. Won kwadwuma na nyimpa na nkwade otumisi at any time mefa we fredo ya yenua ba pokua Quinsta soya no kuna film just 3 days ago ya so ta say onya yare bia serious according to my mate no or driver na no kuma obobrim he was rushed to hospital and then the next day he died. Set I say these situations are yedin kwempo there were nurses will try that they will save the situation. They couldn't save it. So how much more there? Yeah, the big corner nurses in you what will happen? Set my mention as inti yenko to jogu form. Yen you won't train. Yen you won't sim kungwa. Adekodia oma wobu fu ya Labor Commission or invite one there one brana one tenase Wednesday or to Mamban. With all due respect. One sanko. No when you want tenase. Na more than when you can Ovia Obama minister so do the president or president adi urgent or de share na ye anya dem or the damadi baba na okay yen sacrifice ama na yen fanye kwesidi so that we will come back to ama na omfa somdwe embra na ndama yefa nti ye besrom yen sagu yensem yen kotodwegu yensem Ghana is for us. Yenye monye ye. Na one call off strike no. Na one starting kwadwuma na mpanyifo se onyinde no o watch na.
Mate honorable Yadas. Honorable pay to ena yetene Kano Gomua East Member of Parliament on the nurses strike. Yene PR ni di nkomo no mo kiremu a plan omo follow into no mo do the second phase na ye Oma withdraw one services in some areas, but a free 9th of June, then total withdrawal of all services. Already, GPRTU for also a press conference and Omunsu Chrimua from the 10th, right? Omoma 10th and GPRTU for so almost 10th June. From 10th June, that's a new levy aban edia base aban and withdraw ya omonso a declare nationwide strike enti that's the second topic I eba bedi ho enkomo me pacho syntax tank se me mfanto manim se ope tank edi nsuo egum esi wodan so ama power nsuo wo fie ho nyina syntax tank ene wo se utimi eto omono color bi a wo pe ombeye bi ede amount guarantees bi a wo hia ombeye amount inner layer and only the syntax from the white inner layer ebaye and the first no ye tank a wo behwem na emutum fin kra wo but with the white inner layer na say ye fin a wo behu wo hwie nsuo no watwitwim kama syntax nko a na sade ede amamo enti eba nsuo pa dia syntax and was a wutimi eto tanker strong sign tough nsuo wom na e free so hwe from kranya de ebepai papa omo over 300 agents e wo Ghana upe bi afre na omo deliver emfa amount they would do it according to your specifications no more deliver amount 0244 335 168 0244 335 168 syntax tank strong tough MNC Logistics and Supply Limited in so say more my major mo pesa mo start mo business and now say oh business be that pesa wo shemo kina boni beka say you want to revamp your business your logistics partner MNC Logistics and Supply Limited omono all your procurement import and export needs ombeshe edi hujuma edi amount they procure general goods product equipment for you at very competitive rate all across the globe it be bia nneoma ne wa opese omo kofa bra Ghana ha no say UK, US, Germany, Holland, China, Dubai, Turkey ombefa e de abrel e wa Ghana ha ebeba on time and it will be in very optimal condition. In the MNC Logistics and Supply Limited say opesa wo frɛ won wa frɛ 0302 551918 0302 551918 MNC Logistics guaranteed satisfaction. Ghana for anyone did you man ajiwana tum papa. Dr. Bernardo Koboy, my memfa wo enshas here. Enra, the bail and the certificate of agency was passed by Parliament. I think Enrechi ena anopay o mampenyede in Sasha here ababeye emra. Mixed reactions from across the country. What Jane Chair was saying, Ewa Home Pacho.
Oh, first of all, no, Mamin Chow Tia Fortuna, na MPP Belgium, so Mutio.
Oh, okay.
And the ranking member was impromptu.
Yes.
Na New York branches almost Omutio.
Okay.
Germany for so 8 years.
8 years. The Dominion answer.
Na Obi, La General Hospital.
Yes.
Nancy before me say time I no be idea juma ko see no e wa na ko see you are see dem asisa ho
the hospital na mubugu ise mu see ne foforo no
yo Obi
na no mo start
Obi na la general say before I vote na Obi a utwemu a wo say
from up yes
na the old minister because of debt exchange it was initially supposed to be financed with a loan facility.
Okay.
But that exchange, it was put on hold just like many other projects. And the Kufado's government started to finance it within GOG. And the certificate no money bar. Yeah, na yetu from taxes ya e-levy count. Obi. E-levy count na no taxes ya Kufado di any my friend is saying eto fuel ma independent power producers. That is kakra eji ayi levy kan we no ya na nkra no de ko school aduane wo mu di omu ko ba fie Obi ti mesere minya intelligence say me interest for health sector into the intelligence say o ma raise 2 certificates about 6 million euros Obi 6 million euros and do 80 million Ghana cedis and now me do kasai before the end of this month say anya scan mo park out of sight
contractors no
yes and now Obi you never hear another nesi wa Ghana because before election Obi say and now by la general Obi akoda
all of a sudden
Obi all of a sudden you okay my kind be we take but me to me come madam for be o yira I go pay we be a waka on koda and I be say so ko ye dey say o no ni be say
all of a sudden and go pay
Obi na Ghana nyina from Choko Ufa Choko Usula Teshi Program Tema East Adan. What do you mean campaign or Teshi? Obi share was Doctor na la general. Say no la general is lekma wa ja lekma na okala general. This omo ye campaign to you. Just omo efficiency dey go beyond boundaries. Ya to la general how no ama just I did ya man say oba Teshi cry.
The whole great attack right.
What me share go for attention poano almost doctor na la general you say me say who ya own collect ma me say and this is the hard and Obi mesre la general mesre president Mahama yesre hospital e be serve Accra population nso they say ono abo nyina they say serve Accra nyina dia and enye those hospital we ka say say si osunyani asabi obi o osunyani dia no Accra de nyina aba ti mesre la general na masre no na umame su birthday ene person rebefi chief of staff
okay former
Frema
former chief of staff
Madam Frema
Opare
obi o tima na yemuye no na yemuye anansem kan say
ayemie
na yemuye dosu she's a good woman me bompa say nyame manu nkwa she's one of those people I'm calling China me tina in chair so one kasakra na me tina in chair I feel say me work company nyame manu nkwa Godfrey Daminsu na any birthday
Godfrey Daminsu birthday
but obi ani ni mami uncle so obi papa uncle na ni papa kana say
and honorable Eric Opoku a Greek minister so birthday
Oma any president
yes
hey
for president.
No man, you know to me tina studio can say obi be dim president by force. Na say na no. Now no management no be the question. Yes all the chichi e kon. Well, that papa no be president just say nyina be fa ho.
Sure.
E for man you know. Obi. Na fache me there are some few issues my share me boss so that to bring people's attention so then you
okay.
Meeting idea me party ba. Future leaders. Omo medium abon ko mama ka say doctor. Me ye adwuma mama di party na nim no. Maka say me nyame adom me work say me call Greater Accra chairman.
Yes.
Na me a unifying chairman.
Okay.
Enti me three no mo aka jam so mo call for president no. Me ba de bia me sren kwa. Ene ahodi ma wo. Aye Ken Akompreko Ejepon. Dr. Muhammad Baumia. Any me ami papa Boachi Ejakun.
Yeah.
3 way me de mo abon komo ma ko mu fie.
There are more to come.
Oh, no problem. Me see 3 way Obi. Me person media allegation there the matter. We en confirm media kasa.
Officially o ma
confirm. To me car a driver come fie de obu akomo mo aka chom so. Be say me mboa na me lead adwuma no Greater Accra.
Yes.
But omo ye me mpanyimfo. Enti ye sre nkwama won. Na omo de ye a party na ye.
Yes.
All these 3. Nyame mo nkwa na omo ye adwuma na de nyame pese mbem a is for the good of the party.
Yes.
Enti mesre party for unity. Baumia toy thank you to our party here Baumia Kobe initially Kennedy was also part. Bottom line say party na kodasi. Na the emi then say obi am free mu accident bi amba nti de asidama nyankopon. Kennedy Japan can be or see we all need unity. We share Dr. Baumia say without unity we have no hope, no chance. Timesremo. Let these words guide our moves. Now finally no issues for the attention of the public. Obi, it's not fair. Say we are close to 6 months now. Now Yentimin declare results a particular constituency.
Yeah.
Now Obi, Mrs. Remo, the essence of history is to guide the future. Midwa bon komo with them in wakaya, but some of us politics are enye ya ban pen na edwun se bi edwun nyina no man no enti me kire kwaya be fa so a ye be avoid bloodshed during elections. I told you here.
Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Me see law ekita say presidential results Asempa ho a uko quarter man say within how many months?
3 months maximum.
I was saying in the case no.
Yes.
Meanwhile, no more chichi man say the president assembly 3 months no MPD no ma jare sa. Obi enti krom ha no history actually say to about police stations dey koboko na ko pie wo collection center na honorable pay to boys a omo ye din a metimi a find a way I chiro ko boys omo ye be ma chiro ko boy ana omo timi so isi no kon na instead of ka say oh asibasi na wu na mo honorable pay to pay. Once I feel a number bano jisa it can take 3-4 years. If in share when it's a recipe for disaster.
It's true.
Me kawa say Mr. Yenye se mrabia na sena presidential no ye 3 months no yen ka say MPs ye no within 30 days.
Ya can we.
Obi me can be say samra wo ha me ma call elections 3 times. And can you 2 years I mean for coalition set ba ko da.
Yeah.
Na me kita me pink sheets onim se won wini ye na wo ko so bi kon se na MPB ko gina tema ye ko gina tema electoral returning officer bi sumo obo obi din na enya ni pe na MP no wo ko ye sa obi ade chi ana wo be wo tina parliament no na me di me lawyer tina court e be wa obi me ni wa na be court within 30 days we asin na be hu se oyo obi a oyo obo mo kan say obo man
yeah obo man o
man go yes but ye kan nei yet na chroma still yenye law no entina obi timi catch returning officer say ye man the president say ka say away nipa na oka no ya aware say onya kape it can take 4 years before you can change it. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Aden aniama low hanging fruits I was saying nyanya ba ko na yen kan kware no ye di agro na moja na collection center because onim say yenya kape aka enti nipa nya to kra bebo. Enti na police station ye quiet ye do collection center na ye do
na ko ye do or die
ti mesre na sa suba ni so sebi nipa nim de oye me mbo nipa ni di o onim de oye ni nti ye to about your sako shi edaya boxes no
wo
or she so that o challenge you so onu di ayira say usu dia wa because on him say wa shino obi mesre the current IGP, he's a nice man. I had the opportunity to meet him a couple of times. Mashiano, that your friend is Papa.
Yohonu.
He's a nice man. Obi, mesre, Obi, Ghana ha, nyamia dom yabafa. You have a situation where a law court in Ghana ha, Honorable Petu. Although we are in different political parties, there are some few things that must bring us together. And remember, you benya sumbiache na yina omana konenim for our children. Law court, I na Petu di minya asema. Me yet said ye say be me free in currency me say be asase be me sisi wana be ye bibi na ndi kwanso court na obeden obeko. Yeah. Now judge actually asema ka say electoral commission e referee. O we say yenko to abanu foforo, we say man to enkan. Electoral commission referee say why you ready? Say Obabe declare the results of the match. I have born. Now because supporters na ya ward no. So okopa kunu so ko bawan hwa na ya prano into osre. Ye money security don't be the juma. Court asaka say IGP una Ghana hanyina security show nsem. Referee we wa be ma ya ti ase say game we obeti ma declare. Kona ko born by obi. Since court can 3-4 months yet now fako. What is happening in this country? Mesre. There are many pluses of our democracy. Yeah. Ma na onim nyankopon kauna NDC anya how many seats? 183. Obi 183. Na Eduani 276, 75 or 276. Na nyame di 183 mau. No who say widow. Obi mama ni a widow. The husband is gone. She's alone. We don't have to do some things that it will incur some unnecessary wrath for us. Nyamiama 183 out of 276. Why do you keep the widow's own still in your arms? Why? Obi, your name be one shy say we be adi mawa. You are not grateful. Let's NDC do reflection in their room. If you've gotten 183 out of 276, allow the referee to mention the results. Maybe it will. Ebia yebe boy NDC na fa obi enti ba za they are two out easy up to now and share the way we knew but see your man kwan a obetimi a kire say ni say na ultimate can say ABC shows that John Mahama has won 2024 or see sa na obetimi use the expertise and the competence enti obi oye widow enti na me come man no obi oye widow enti na me come man no enti me sremo ne kunu ni ho she's alone sremo oba wa collection obi elections nso pay to bema kwa kwa enye easy na ye chichi obansa nti nyankopon enhiramu say ne watie mase obi na drumso levy na unim obi die on say yo suban bi obi daisa odan suban bi di anajua na daytime unsa untan dia echese wa onim say asemwo obi ebani say na levy every Jubilee House akọ parliament ye tena so ade chi ekoye time ade asan just all the light and bet ma hwe ni penny. The bill was debated in parliament in the night.
Yes, because it was brought in the morning of that same day, went through all the processes. Finance committee shemu submitted their report to plenary readings ni nyina koso bibia that same day na
obi ni kwan so no
almost say under certificate of urgency
na obi time ye see here e-levy they plug some holes our government fiscal regime. See this say was say nko Ghana na share
stakeholder engagement
ana betu ana the one can no time na me you free mu hey obi enchena ni basi sao hey NDC in fact Emma can overrate certain corner still on tiapo Emma kotina programs as Emma ye kasa godo so sa sata oshana or daniama NDC say extensive not only consultation extensive consultation enye ba ku mi no Emma ye call across
almost all the regions
ye e-levy chi kroma nyina na omo kasa ya yensu no yeso omo jae obi omu boy yem sa na ade ba ko obi kan me remfi da no obi si ya tia ni sika salary ama watua income tax amekufado
mo se ba beje
wasa say ni mobile money no na wasa abeti sika no so na krono ben no na obi na ya be to fuel 1 liter ya GS card ya ntia income tax obi emre na ema yehu ya yese na tie emre so ma yehu nipa kasa se na tie ena emre so na ema yehu se na suban tie emre obi emre na oni bibi ato force call vet omo read the economics obi me economics ni de health economics lectures kakra ena me MBA economics kakra afena me person minsan ye MSc economics cause me person o china obi de bibia ye mi se na nkan kofo dribi mi sesei omo read the economics na ka say ato we experience e-levy a usi uyi any other taxes a usi uyi it will create a hole in your fiscal space. How do you intend to plug or to fill that hole? Atu say, oh, Obi, me I am senior atu. Parliament, na nkofo me no mo chere me economics. Atu ni esibe eboa. Enti atu me kan na asem ni me be na ntin because me I am siro no.
Asempa FM.
Obi, ye bi say atu say atu. Okonye sika no ya be plug. Obi, mami nko atu my equation bi obi na I say obi say papa say on boa na solve equation simple equation in one variable. Now papa who say the real into no one more equation in 3 variables. Now papa na catch us say unti 3 variables are seen in one variable no cry on me wow. Obi paragraph 269 2025 budget. Mamin kaimao sisia 269. Yebisa atu say your tax refund account be. Now sa tax refund account no rate na that's only 6%. And to all you from 6 above 4.
Yeah.
2 percentage points no it will materialize in some billions. It's even more than the way the question when me coffee me calculate is addition na me arrive your answer. And I'm saying hey, and me kai say jump or tia say enya no fan chemi. One of these critics ever can say Senna was such an easy way
to make
space for all these 11 they are 30 years 2-3 years. Obi me calculate mami kaimao. Consequently, we are reducing the current tax refund rate by 2 percentage points from 6 to 4 of total revenue as defined in section 69 of the Revenue Act. Accompanied with this budget, we will amend so. But also reduction way, Sika ebe release the amount about to use.
Yes.
It's more than e-levy and all that combined.
Yes.
Hey, Obi. Now Nkofo can say, but these monies were already in government chest. Are you sure that this is money that is extra you get, Obi? Now Nkofo timi yomuna. Now budget reading. So again, let's go to paragraph 264. Obi. Unsa hano say lawyers yado so chumu nyina yellow. Into buy say share research kakra. 264. Obi. Yes. Look at this paragraph, very very instructive. Or see consequently, without increasing the levy, we will also review the Energy Energy Act.
Yes.
To consolidate the energy debt recovery levy without, see the prefix, without increasing the levy. Oh, Obi, me say atu ye me see no na ochire economics kakaka. Enti amade no kra me ho a misronika. Obi, atu 264 paragraph wa read ya chire Ghana nyina say levy, this energy sector levy, you will not increase it. Obi, na oye sure pa say fans are to GA di coffee and buy ma to fans say we cancel levy say be that day no NDC for pay mo give fans oye sure say da no omo yi no free omo di doom shot levy way back omo di sa fans me coffee. Oh, Obi, na onim mature ha background of the ministers involved. Honorable Atoforsi, not a ranking member of finance for almost 4+ years.
Yes.
Obi, he knew every document as finance ministry. And now Honorable Atu Yahweh say, even with e-levy, now we couldn't reduce some of the debts in the energy sector. At least Ekufado, MPP Adaruma, now we're managing to buy the fuel for the IPPs. But in terms of the debt, now you see on that 2.5 now about 2 now and yes I said yeah conform. We also try to make sure say end balloon. Obi. Now ye e-levy kra na ka eseye kon. Now so ye ko election ti. Honorable pay to show you say they was sell sika. Ekufado wa pickpocket o. Obi. Osia ndisi ni wole jokoko a. Osi okobo na yi and they was sell sika wa mo jiska o pocket. Obi. Na sebi e-levy kra de. Uyo obi a o mpe ho asema. Obe close mobile money account. Now was to visa tax. Now be full there. Me be na me share traffic. And let me carry cars from down quite by Obi. Cars. Let me carry. Say me carry multiply by the latest. No. Maybe do Paloma. Na me na about
1,800 cars.
Cars. Now we should average. No be one book 10 liters a day. Obi. Now at 240. Now Abu John Jinapo.
Yes.
Obi Jones so mining and energy sector no ranking. Omo kita documents nyina. Na so omo so me levy free ho. Me wa sebi taxes nyina na e ba photo ba ko mo e na edi tua na makaka. Wa kan we ama nipa nya ye ho tan amia ye kon. Apia ye obi ye pia ye kra ko to touch na nka enye ya. Anka ye be so musa. Ya pia ye outside the stadium match na ye bo a. Say MPP ye pia ye ko to e bia ye ba park kra ye ho kwan. Isem we nyina. Nanso obi the beauty of democracy ni say when you can sem na nipa ne oman for no gidi na omo se kwaji wa humi a eno an se obeye uniama yie ombo mpa se oman no mbo nanso nhihye ya omo ye no ye nyina tim bia na mebua obi enem alaji na ode wo kasa GPRT
yeah GPRT
unze Bible mu dey use of term simple man Proverbs says simple versus complex. Yeah. Simple chance over free so be a sebi on call university yeah. But even the simple man sebi feelings are every home. Papa the catcher say mo catcher say ye reduce
transport fares so.
We are where say along the line.
So they
that's handle do or back pocket. And then I won't catch it. In fact, when the man asks you that question, Makoma told me it means that you don't have to be complex to see say there's been some dishonesty in the process. Now, enemy bano my share me dictionary nitizaros word I mean atoye me senior brother. Ti me person me use word be anu yedi. But there's been serious dishonesty. I think a mad kaka. There's been some dishonesty in the whole process. Obi ti me convince me say dumso levy. What you convince me say President Mama na atu eno echiro no mo ebo mo tirimu. Come on. This levy was known before the budget was read. Now, one tax handler, etimao 5.7 billion. 1% of Ghana's GDP. 1% of Ghana's GDP is about 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. The total is 1.3 trillion Ghana cedis. So 138 billion is 10%. 1.3 billion is now. It means this tax handle is bringing in about 0.4% of your GDP. One tax handle, Obi, it's not a small tax handle. Your tax handles be but we're very significant. How can you read a budget close to 280 or so pages and leave out one tax handle which constitutes 0.4% of your GDP? Again, they are my senior brothers at two, so I'll use the word. There's been some dishonesty. Obi. No mo kita na nso ya boy dimboni opposition sa amaba power mo read budget na obi na ya boy yem enti da ye yi tax handle o sha petua ko bo mo ti se esi se na ya se na nyame ya ni ani ye ho nya opposition ya ba nsu ya say ye levy obi ba ya obi bia ye fe no sustainability me dey say atu with all his experience and knowledge and him say sa nyama na omo ye ya Omukaya before after the budget they say no so go on that road the management of the economy will not be sustainable and to obi abe na many wine he say too many means and can na opa anka me cabinet me ka che Kufa do say nana omo kekemu na say na budget say di krado ma honorable Petu. It's on no ya ban ewa. Na Professor Bobkin. Odini kasana na no hoya mi mobo.
Aden.
Oh, honestly you be I have respect for him. Some of the academics, Edre Bino, say, commentary on economic management for the country, and boni. But Edre Bino, I saw some of them no more kasa with some level of authority. I say, to say the omu, yes, sure, say, Sebio, the solutions could come from the NDC, or they will be better managers. But me yes sister yes, but who NDC kakrano. No minim say, omu adiane, I know yes sa. And to obi say Professor Bobkin, who say na odi kasano, who share vima na odi yen analysis before power no say aba from kakra. Na enye mo say aba from na o kan bibi me sire kakra say ade no be temporary. One wa ban bi odi ade a edi sika be fie aba wa say yakofie da. Obi COVID levy cry NDC I mean person body obodi a be mo take person. NDC ka say COVID accorded that mo gi levy ayi den. Obi enti point na me here one say sometimes three account for kasa be yesi susuka obi susuka a short phrase na so mu ye do now there are many neutrals Bobkin and a lot of people with time I'm giving them 12 to 18 months obi o hwehwe mo a ohun mo say okọ faculty
say ombeye ko
obi ombeye ko
mate
enti me wi no obi
now wrap here pama me yes.
Now, unim say, someone kawa one show rebefi. We are aware say May 30 days ago, and I to electricity. President Mama did 14.7% too. So we are aware.
Yes.
Okay, and President Mama at 240. Who come Mama I be mubufu. Obi 14.7%. Multiplied by consumption of electricity in Ghana is billions of cedis. Ekufo-Addo didn't have that money. But na nipa kase oye nipa ne tibie dia oye wudini a oji esika or pickpocketing here obi ye boni di na 40.7% dia ban we aji ji wa yensemi Ekufo-Addo anji na oji 40.7 endru busumi obi na o boyeyem a boyeyem wi ansana we be ye kokuso obi na o boyeyem afi na ye humi kakra ebi ye humi nzuru ubaya na unse alaji no kan bibi o say 1 liter o say 1 Ghana na waka yourself and they say per liter o dey plenty because nobody know how you think gallon
o say saka o say per liter
look there's nothing like experience of one who say ejuma we wire check na I don't pay to we be no show bill say no voter o Asempa to wo na
o saka o say
obi on energy expert waka tax or say per liter no just we share obi enti e be sre say sika we nyina ye ji we nsem it will cascade into cost of living yama now so ubenden edru ebi no sebi ye kaya sema ye ama ye hu ye ahomti ti e ko eni mi pa e boni say ya meboa ya ama nyina ye hu nokore medase
doc medase honorable pay to what do you think? Meaning, our parliament throughout the process, bill ne buy processes they go through enne oman penyin and sasha sia.
The omuye nyina on
enne oman penyin and sasha sia ba be yemra. Obetu odwen ho sen. Wo share reactions every Ghana for ho abane ade a mo genesen.
Minia medase. Ana wo boy wakasa. We dwenenum so papa. Asam no boy me so ko na we sro da man no chenzo yesu na samo kache midwives Jerusalem Samaria for so say jefa che mo nyimo wore Unya asam ne simple we fa kakram fi ono an party asamo kan and some bebre wo MPP now sometimes no adibia ye bia no say nyimpa ne bebre enyito wom na wo hu adena kwan ye a it must cease in operation then we reverse to come and look at where it should start again to be operated exactly ono na to MPP foi dano ya na mete na osro usu oso watro watwet na kwesi practical fire oreka the and more super Kufuado, more cancer machine. Nimpa no Nijian one or share party for all these 8 years, even including MP and more parliament in Pomoji double pay. You Tuamuke Kufuado San Tuamukabium, Muina mo cancer tia Kufuado. Itumu de party na baby do impempendubia. Baby anke bekan say ohia restriction obotum esiesie me gina na model na ye and then one mama tia said the pedo call Greater Accra regional chairman, so I salute him for that. He's a very good friend and a very nice man, so you have my support. So one makwana NDC phone cross somewhat to be more, I will be the first person to go and vote for him because he's a very good friend. Mekai the brand or
NHI and a health ministry.
NHIs me call on them say bro, I need some few things in my place. Me hospital, but also what we can do. We can't do anything. But there was some small allowable ABU so kotrobra. Na mention na. Me de buy our minute na mam. So he's a good man. It is MPP funa mojini tumna obebe mo original chairman e wo Greater Accra ha. It will benefit them. But oba no be chairman, that is the time you are going to defeat him more. Defeat him more. See, he knows that. See, on the so and or kekade nuanu mu bi akompreko buacheji akon and Dr. Baumia. These are the people we knew and we know now. There are other people who are also lacing their boots coming. Yatse Brian Champon on the way coming. Yatse Dr. Educhum is also on the way coming. And some other people who also want to join the race. MPPD, ada wonyima ye etutrasam among them. Such as say, etutrasam among them. Osmi susunka enti obi mechado. Me yihone film. Mesrede. Enu ma wo ba board ina no. Woina obian fa kumapa amra na ma party ninja. We don't want to have one single party to run the affairs of the country. That's why we need them as an opposition party, and then maybe in future, maybe mekono. Then they can ombesa bebioma. But metiaside, I will not have my eye to see them in power. Yes, I will not have my eye to see them in power.
Prophetic.
Prophetic. Such as say, nti say kwa, then they can come to power. By then, no more aye party na amend the baby at so nadina aye okay na they have the constitution. They should sit down to review whatever they have to review. Baby all the way in ye there one from bra. La hospital yore kanwasami. Obi. And this year by if there is a 6 million euros that need to be paid, who's supposed to pay that money? Ask him a question.
Time we raising certificate. Maybe I some raising it this year there.
No, Obi, I'm coming. So we're raising it this year. No, we raise here. Okay, that's money. Edi bande, and can one order you wage man. So whatever it is, ma wonfa atar wompam atar kotoku. And fan shenyen. No, we won't question baby there. Washing Dumas. Saying Dumas. Yama minimum no can Dumas. Washing Dumas into Biamra Moshe Yahofe. Then my yes, necessary. I don't know this. I just got to know from him. The monk of Yams will raise your certificate. They should be patient. Government is committed. No but yam. Nay, do maybe a ye be a ye. Separate fracture more kind. Say, La General Hospital, I say. Na yedu ko 37 na yese why ma we can transfer you to that place ani na no obey benefit to we the Ghanaians such as say and this aban ye kwanyim no ade biara oba magana mfaso is what we seek to do. We don't want to do anything orem fam faso enyeden embre Ghana. So when we raise what certificate na there no wherever is supposed to go, either I should go to health ministry, works and housing or any, they should see the minister, have a nice dialogue with him. I think say he will consider some of the payment. They will get something so that they can continue the project. Na adaye. Na nya dia today bia yedi boniem. Of course yedi boniem. Set ya say, no, ye Minister of Health, na la General Hospital onko di, na yensuye nye campaign platform, ma minyanko ayiku. I don't know bo yem, bo mfi na wonfi. And no both you know fear. Na yam ross, a befim po na fi. Whoa, no be undan. Akwa no yar one fan ko hospital. Ebi no tuni. No ye na not in a position. It's you good ayeko. Your friends. Asam kro kanya. Then some no kind now. He diverted. So I want to respond to whatever he said. Then we come to the main one. Okay, I say abrekuma, mameno or yewudo.
Yes,
I get right. Na say ya to abane lusa. What doesn't matter of your widow? Set my mechana say. Say ya to abane enwina. It doesn't matter of your widow. Ye see, ono na our power. Send the osoro there. Me be declare result ewa abrekuma. Is it central?
No, north.
Abrekuma north.
Yes.
Me be declare result ewa abrekuma north. With press conferences obi ma koho. Mo capture mo dia tugwa na sadechi na state security agencies no am providing security, then we will have a question to ask
from the EC.
From the EC,
you are saying that Omun take the
lead and let's see what they will provide or they will not provide for the efficiency. Give them maybe 1 or 2 days by your letter. Say data media say on the 10th July.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
This is so much.
Is when before this IGP, they've written to yes, police administration.
Yes.
Almost they either they are considering it and maybe get it back to
yeah.
Okay, they should follow up with a letter. Set my mission as say. No my minority for our parliament. Sabio wosuso wonsem na wonna mokwam se do obi a won makwan na obi enye what your protest what that's supposed to be asam no ho say ye free there baby ebedu no declaring of the results in ayedzia. Why can't we go for re-election?
Constituency ni mu nyina ebio.
Constituency ni mu nyina yenton fufu because emi mentiase megidi de men win. Also they win, making the declaration of the result more difficult. Okay, subject to parliament more bekanonka. Then you refer to EC. Let's go and rerun the place. Or they are some dributum ayadine. Abba, all the security agencies will be there. Set my mission say. Yes, nara some no can pay the report and no monadeno. On you very sure of herself. Her competency is lacking on this matter. Wabrekuma North issue. Such as say, say today me kan. He could declare me A B basor. He declare me B A basor. Na yen shede hu ade potin nipa win. Obi 6 months down the line. What stop? You can move to court. This is the issue. So I seek the re-election of the place. Na court no amount authority na date na yenko re-election. We were here. We saw what happened. Asen North yekwere. The issue that went to court several times before I would declare say yenko re-election. After re-election everything tamed down. Such as say. Enti emi mesre if she feel that is what she want to do, she should go by it. But today my ready me were results no maybe be declare na minya security agency won ma me kwan na there. Come out clearly. Organize press conference. Come out clearly. Let's hear from you what you intended to do. Let the whole Ghanaian support you in your argument. If you have to pull down the security agencies to be your support, we are ready to do that. But why you doing there? Security agencies no one more share. Follow up letter. But I suggest say obeye dinyama na
yentu
abane foforo and oko nyembe yadwen and yet on foforo so we are going to defeat them hands down they will not come
no that's all they
are. Obi miss obi ansi no kwan. Ebinum pa suggest there some polling stations and pet and Omunsanya rerun.
Oh, but you see the danger with what happened at Aplikuma North, any other places in the say ye rerunner. Obi on him say let's share kono obe find a way. Yes, look, there are a lot of things I am hangy. Say be party be a winning thing. I say ya kata ye ni osono, but it's not normal. Damongo Abu had to fly by helicopter to Accra. Yet to a judge share EC office.
Yes,
not one person has been presented to any court. Accra school be.
Baby, I know who keep boxes.
You didn't say normal. Nippon no mu yes, omu yet to achieve some effect. Unfortunately, that effect is what Honorable is suggesting. I'm not saying he approves of those acts, but their ultimate aim was that some see all those places now. Exactly, because you don't have any paper to look at. The fear is what will happen in the future. Semi who say lejukuku enkoye mamia. Say ja them the two we is say resource so let's give them a platform. Almost say they are ready to come and show us the roadmap towards that place, whether they are declaring someone a winner or we are going for re-election. They need the security from the police so that they can address the public. And that is what honorable say be engineer pasumdwe. You see ye obina okamana ochna ebi obisube kama. She is your sister. I'm not saying she has won, but the trauma of not even knowing whether she has won or not.
But other one too is a sister.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, no,
good.
She's also a sister.
So the best thing to do for the two of them is to make sure, say, even if let's assume without admitting, say, EC has not even asked the police. Let's tell the police that go and tell them that come here, come and declare even at police headquarters. Are you getting my point? We shouldn't only say Omunchonko. Police for the sake of these two sisters of ours. No, and it be bright. No, where is declare? Who said they were mayor AD? You see, sometimes who stand here? Nyaminim the washisha wo enima. See that, you know what I mean? Say chiche de makoi. Sebi fachem say mekanisa. Say yes is in the betri. Yen fa say me sister ko free and e be Aplikuma North. Say unim sana it is off the table. Aka ye chiche de mami we na be ebianka say boss border.
Yeah, na nkoda.
Na nkoda so. Na didn't go check do ana ye che behavior. One short time I be declare no. Na the sister no so. Na netia eshi. Honorable. So
okay, Obi. Or in adventure.
Sure.
Such as say. So it can be put into consideration going forward and to see whatever you. But I'm of the view there. Yes, umbra out.
No me humo
kodo. Let another query be a dampare time. It could be say the new administration that we couldn't find your letter. On send a new letter. Now let's see what goes forward with it. Obi, Oka Sembi, AM the pa. Say yet to aba. Na
Asempa FM.
Presidential one. We have
3 months.
3 months. That is 90 days.
Yes.
Today, Yadikenwe. Niye hunyimpakwa wait for. But when it comes to MP, we don't have. The new constitutional review. Woguda watch on. So what saying and what tenka, they should your friend saying Asempa.
Yes.
They should consider that. Now one from Rembeshim there. In as much as I war 3 months to deal with presidential issue court ebe konade yedi ruling babano, we must also have another alternative to deal with parliamentary issues. Obi, meaning you have been 100%, it will calm down all these issues. As at now, say, do you aware say some members of parliament or court says here? In the Michelle also court need the 4 days. Look, you're too about her. And yan to SAR says here the constituency, Central Kofi, and then you to her, and you declare Peter Amewu a winner of the constituency. Yan to their own place. Techiman, him for one of the place. Case in the running answer na what the judgment bano na you obey 6 months or something to go to elections. What are we doing to ourselves? So it's an advocacy that we are calling Na monso amo radio station monfa mo anuntum. It will make the parliamentary election more stable in terms of violence. There's I didn't ban ye ya the boko court within 30 days no court ya can we no be in that. Ebe bua pa ye. I applaud him for that because it's something that he said that well noted or the year mama for because going forward parliamentary issue etiwa what happened there by election what happened there so many places and some SSO so when we have that said the margin war yembre ni mu menjin did obi abosor IPP on semfatebia such as it ma membra asama ibisa efa levy no what's what the ye levy by ye levy no so na wodi tuatua IPP for no ne ade wodi tuatua school feeding no money ade
no kada oka sika no ba main coffers
yes sika no ba coffers no mo na ye levy ne kan no were they able explicitly to show us ye levy na what this is what we are going to use it for
only report about parliament nima. Said the Minister of Finance.
Bisan, did they do that? They don't. Levy Ayeji, Kwame no sign a fenyo marking. Meaning baby. Obi,
okay.
I emphasize truth. As some ye can obi enya sambono.
Okay.
Energy sector for years now, okay, has been accrued debt. NDC refidono na kawoye 21 billion 864 million and plus. As at that time, no dollar na year for no equator, ebe mo be 5 point something. And I may say there one of the financial institution, direct financial director no wako back way we could quote $4 into that amount when you 5.2 billion to also NDC if you do na car 5.2 billion. Okay, equate in there the $40 million net the hono into $4. How much are we going to get? But as some in there, it is time. Adina ori zinyenya, ori senyen, ori ma omanu inkwenyimno. We find a lasting solution to it. How long so obi better na hanuma? Ne fiero kwa. Waso obi by wase program no. Obi fufro by wase program no. Obi fufro by wase program. Mazi continue. Can't we get somebody on no bar or in say program no be yadini? It is a burden. The Masama Yerkin is a huge burden on the president. Inti Odu baby no kade. It was something that was taught long ago, but unreflected in the budget. It doesn't matter. Maybe after the budget, before that decision came, but there has been a presentation. Nabem, how can we do energy sector no? Over 70 to 80 billion Ghana cedis debt from NDC to NPP. Okay?
Yeah.
And then every month biano or they ye power the thermal plant may by America it is two way either by gas or by petroleum liquid destined fuel such as it.
Yes.
And it will need about 1.2 billion which is about 13 billion Ghana cedis to do that. Say my present me budget we say me present me budget we ya waka hodada. We need to get money somewhere. Na yetum ye de aboa e madam kai etum aiden if you ho. Na yenya president a odwenam krofo. President ono onji yi levy nonzi. They collected 45 billion Ghana cedis on ESLA. Ask them what did they do with the money?
But the ESLA report it's presented to Parliament. In the Busa them question now, I don't understand.
No.
The finance minister is mandated by law to report to Parliament what he does with some of these statutory funds. No, I understand.
You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
Yes. But when a member of Parliament asks such question, even if it's rhetorical or you're funny, because you
so if we are aware with it, okay, how should it be our statement? Do you understand? They collected it. If we are aware about Parliament and okay. I stand to be collected. If you have any other news that upon that 8 years, levy which amounted to 45 billion Ghana cedis, if it has been reported to Parliament and were paid to ESLA fund, okay, then we don't need to have about 70 to 80 billion outstanding debt that we are talking about it. Do you understand? It is say no say obande yen sampe bosia ye do Ghana dodo Ghana fu ye hu omobor na ye manage them situation na can be bekan obi coming out to tell the Ghanaians hey ebusiafo as we speak the management of prudent governance ye won ntino dollar no abafom ama ye sidi no ore ye dollar na before no petrol na ye 16 cedis no e move to 11 cedis and that na me call me to petrol 11.4 11 cedis 40 pesos and no pay middle class a me check no some of them are selling the 10 cedis 99 pesos some of them are selling the 10 cedis 89 pesos accordingly eba goyer any total any sheller 12 cedis 20 something pesos. A move from 16 to that level. Now buying them with that no. It has even brought inflation down to 18%. It's the economy no I am on all that feasible that we are. He spoke at long and I was quiet.
One question. And I will tell you we are coming to 2024. What do I to say? Almost tomorrow, yeah. What is all of the banner? What are you saying? Catch
Obi, you see, look, Mami Kacho. Next time, man from no embassy studio, because we are very, very good friends. Ama mintum fire. Order nice level. Such as say, it's Obi. Mayeka on the more serious note in that. Now by doing that, no. You catch a Ghana for there. You be a. I didn't could and your begging sema kosi. If I didn't see the yamba can't the bushafo. This is the situation. This is what we want to do. Dano afenyo marking oja Parliament. Yes, ye be 24-hour economy. Ye only another near be John near to him. One of the key things the government saying say the 24-hour economy will run through the night. And so we need the power to be stable. If the power is not stable, how do you run 24-hour economy here? Such as say, no, be assuming ye ya moha light off. Bibi anyejuma air condition TV bibi anyejuma mo be take fo ho anadwo beye ebia beye 11 ana 12 no be bonwuma kosi ahamache beye 3 no. How can he do? He need power to do that. And see power no in stable na wa ba Parliament emergency abesre there no adeni yajinsem something need to be done. Afrefre nkrofo meba afrefre nkrofo bibire one doctor we afren wo nyina obia nkasentia na mom wo hwede maya kana odem faso beba no ye be wonne won faso dede ampa de we said A and A is what working set us yasre Ghana for Ghanaians. This is the situation. Tama na yeto no 1 liter 16 cedis in po we bought it now it's somewhere 10 11 yemfan the 12 na say the one CD crate can we baba 13. It doesn't change the economy. It doesn't bring hardship. Yenwanu minority for so the prudo obwefu wo fitiri kopumitiri wo fi anafo kopumetifi wo huma wanye wo ho obi and you know the fact they know very well there dam adia ye no is going to make the power stable. Answer no wobekono in less than 3 months. Asempa no see. They couldn't provide alternative for obotuma mayen your friend saying fuel to power our thermal plant for good 3 months. President Mama came in with quick intervention, all ranging for Nigeria before we get the fuel. Am I lying what I'm saying? To do that, it's in the end with there. No. Nkrofi was some ye free. Was she said doom so the two homaye. They ye ba ye betium. Nemum or they ye yentam ne ye fuel. Because doom so oba ya nye solving 2016 and son ye fi power no wo by wo beje no nyam na fai. Then one was solving doom so. But at long last, Honorable Chairman said categorically, said doom so was managed by President John Dramani Mahama. Such as it. It's a young Tinawobium Namun Sam for doom so no. Yes, sir, Ghana for there. Moma yanadam. Say government need 13 billion, 1.2 billion. Our other better, your friend saying, liquid petroleum fuel. No, their power, yen generator. Now, mammy, no boy when you like 24-hour every day. No oil use of fuel. Now, say at the end of the day, you introduce one city. Now, at the end of the year, no, Obamayan 5.7. How much is there left? You hear 13 billion cities, so Obama 5.7. How much is there left? We still left with about 7 point something or 6 point something billion. That's can one at Baba. So government.
There's already an existing 95 pesos. One city near just a top up. If the one city brings 5.7 now,
and then the remainder we could get there. Yes. Now, orange sound kofa or kawfu flubia and motodo. Moto minu koboido. Moto medo. Then at least in year there. Now the energy sector bill I will between 70 to 80 billion. Let's work progressively and deal with it. Na yentu enfi na ino de ombe support so that the power will stay. Hwe one way de and maybe na meti me share the kwatena totrom na meti total drivers na what they na nya kachi na mudi baba na yempeni ye driver for yempeni one sooner one way yes way one wokokum no so power no and stay for 2 days nancy there were fluctuation of power such as it it's in some of the Ghana folk obi it came to you
we have more scars so you can keep the power on now then a woman e-levy there busi yen
na obi anka chem se mu e-levy fio hwe e-levy mamincho the first e-levy that was introduced you call who now what do you live in by? The suggestion was that time it was 1 point something. Now your suggestion said, look, I didn't want one todo. It is now going to start one todo. Na yam warm. As I then Ghana ni ben no yimi levy. Nobody knows. A chin china will see there one todo or bay. No, so okay, one todo ye jam. Monkoye made. Okay, and the whole year levy that you are collecting is giving you 2 point something billion. Set my mission. That energy debt here, ye keno abo 40 billion. So if you are introducing a levy that is going to give you 2.2 billion, what are you going to do with it? And you are taking from the people's money. And to say me want me cost 10,000 levy. How much are you taking from me? Meriba. How much are you taking from me?
I want to see the food.
It is collectively. It is collectively. Abruwo payino abuflo obutuya. Set my mechana say. Enya fokalum kwada bayden. Butuya you will pay. And then ye nyim feel be a sikem. Obi ye nyim feel be a sikem direct that the way you people were taking.
They won't mean cancer. Now ugoto fuela me misika na odi betu.
Obi asama making. It is the right thing that I'm saying.
That's also say.
It's meant to me.
One CD no. Uzi ye nyim feel be a sikem. I don't understand. Now let me ugoto fuela.
You must understand. Let me explain. Let me explain it to you.
Okay, chemo mama.
Set my mcha say. Ekoto fuela.
Sure.
Always can the koto. By a beje fi whisky. By ye nyimfi wo mobile money swa. Otto bungrai no we ma should say
mobile money na music.
And go video. Obi, I'm telling you the truth.
There's electronic. But who magic cash? Let me move tough one there.
And we are telling you what we are going to use the money for. The efficiency the performance is more needed than whatever. It's Obi, ma mumu yen there, hold us accountable and see say sikana yejeno obeye juma another onye juma. That is most important. Me from we free do na master Ghana there. Ghana belong to us.
Yes.
We must do it and do it very well.
Okay.
Going forward, you know, the man he expected abayi bi obaba after John Mama echi such as say at one oyebi I think Kufo.
Yes.
Kufo did some. Also meka da meba adini ni ho enti yenko hepik na nkrofo hu ye mobo. He took a bold decision and we saw what came out of it. Enti John Mama having all these experiences past, vice president, president, and then no, he will not repeat a mistake again. Enti na waba all sre Ghana for mo adwobrao mo makase ina nkofum na dollar na mo hunu kra bebe fum asena petrol no kra no wo besa todo, so you will not feel the 1 cedi that you are paying. MPP for quickly they are making 1 liter, so 4.5 per liter Ghana cedi just to confuse the people not to pay. Ghana for us.
Honorable Desmond De Graft and I'm member of Parliament Gomoa East constituency in the Central Region. Member me sima enume many other business but ansana no Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG a fantastic product about your friend of Pan-African Payment and Settlement System PAPS. The way I say a reliable intra-African trade and commerce payments platform. In here be our business partner in Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, after you can make or receive payment in your home country's currency. In your South Africa, now Ghana, with rand, South Africa, in cities and vice versa. In the fantastic way, intermediary currency be as I say dollars. So the way me a payment across Africa and the year free on PAPS. It will only see the tria nipa ne general naira mu e Nigeria on also tria naira no ageni see this more kama. CBG say visit any of their branches nationwide and enjoy this fast and reliable service. Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Number is 0302 216 000. Na omonshe into me and T's and C's apply. Tabia herbal mixture so se malaria pa na eyo problema and the what then Tabia herbal mixture etu malaria se bibi no bomode na ma wonsa into me enkebi enya no nko o pedro for male vitality nso a Tabia Takum made with no alcohol but just pure honey into a 100% organic. Say a immune booster so now pa Tabia Zone Care ewo homa constipation and so Tabia herbal capsules etu ase kama Frewon 0243 686861 0243 686861 say wo pedodo etu a na omuntimi emwao Kale charcoal toothpaste ne so na en Ghana ni bia etwhwe ne se on starting from between o se a na just o problem o pe toothpaste beti wonum kama we de bidie na aye and bidie medicinal properties e wo bidie mu no ese wani yi toxins every wenum ema wo senso tie fita kama yi cavity every ho ema wo gum no very very strong in the bidie adwuma pa ene ye de bia ye Kale charcoal toothpaste impanyit me yusu akwalite me yusu 6 years and above ono so bet me yusu Samara Company Limited, you know, a Ghanaian company and omatna say aye packaging is very very nice. Kale charcoal toothpaste, happy smile unyebia ebebua opedodo etu a 0246 864798 na omonso nhwe na yamwao ewasa kwan no eso. Dr. Okoboy, any other business paper cho
Obi I was saying you know kai hu say time na yenji dumso levy 5.7 billion year NDC abaiba beji Ghana for nsemi na sasika na nkokufo ado nsem na nso na yenda sumo na nyame adom he was finding the money to pay for fuel ekufo ado taxes na etua na e-levy na edi boy yem di accuse ya and this for the chin na enum bia na odi to fuel maya na me senior brother kasaro can any to say there na as we speak before buy na do so yeda do how do you call it yeda me can say that do no yeda ye ni kania and omo take some steps also can any to say there ye ni kania and omo take steps to make sure say we will get light. Now resources kakra ye wono ye manage resources na efficiently so we're able to keep the lights on. Una uba no opposition wa jo num say o yi levy craft free wa obetimi run your mind no run your mind say you pay teachers, you pay doctors, free SHS will run, MMDCs run and the lights will be on. Afidie o do say benkuma ma 2 cities ama e koto yogurt energy e chere free say o here 5 cities for himself. Sana wo dey no o ma 2 cities say for yogurt no obi aye kita yogurt ska e be dey scam away enti obi the American say democracy, the beauty of democracy they say okay sem now me I don't like to say that not paid to but some people they say oh, you are liars, you are lying, who can lie, me I will not say lie but okay sem na say na okay no enye sa poten etia nipa no the utina omehu so now nobody actually say nobody who ceremony na eti wa who say ati uska na so who tia o pump na o yi sidia or who say aji o sem at least ye nyina ye ko yi nim no ebesua the essence of democracy ni say odi eja bi try o si yensisa no odi eja foforo na eti se na fieti no obi nim che wankasa na o kine bi onya opportunity say oti so obi ti as educator is the hope oti sa nyumra o ma wa kuma ma nkoto anamo bi ubebisa mo nsem so that your mind will address issues say nya see edu na oti Julius Debra is the hope we say emotions obi when you use emotions to vote you can be in trouble. Vote is on reasoning, not emotions. Now the second issue American is a national issue. Asem there wo on say na ye ka say Ghana ni oba na ya fa no say ono e director general of the African Medicines Agency.
That's right.
The first agency I set it up and headquarters were Rwanda
yes,
under the African Union. Agency way eba be sure say be harmonize regulatory authorities or share food and drugs. On say the essay ni say FDA ma will approval now we to let's say malaria do uru ko do Nigeria this also call Nigeria FDA over Nigeria FDA no ba Rwanda enti esa ema even business crowd o businessman ubre you also pay and triple pay.
Yes.
Now COVID time na ema who say we need to do that because COVID ba you know say the vaccines ba vaccine I approval abroche no ube una abedru Ghana no Ghana say or how do you call it regulatory papers. Now Nigeria so we be no person farmer yes we papers. Now I had enti nyame adom omo share Africa ha nyina Africa population obi ya check it. One shekra obe 2 billion. Africa ha nyina ye po obi ama on na wa this agency a on mehwe no ya nye obi a say ya yenua ba Madam Mimi Dako, Dr. Delise Mimi Dako from the Republic of Ghana, on the inaugural Director General of the African Medicines Agency. Wow. Now, the agency no dio ejumo me no me read just one paragraph to give you an idea of what they do. But like I said, the African Medicines Agency AMA
Ghana
has been established to harmonize and strengthen regulatory systems for medical products across Africa. Now, Obi,
yes,
Asempa post wechi, Asempa wechi America. Woni Dominic, and mo trans studio ha, and mami no airport no. Ekufado na ni ba
yes,
na NDC ba o na pressure bi na mo so eja mi ni be eja lu free mami no che mimi su sa dana mo body o mo ache no e mi say mimi da ko so e de ho
na Professor Dodu
so Obi your politics ni democracy na no appointment bi wo ho asebio aban bi ba na appoint you ba wo be hwe no se na ehote no se unye technical person wo kra ide djuma no ma wo kra wo be bre enti there were few positions are omo no sebio omo ye djuma ma oman no enti sa aban bi kra na ede ne ba na ohun se enye se na oyobi okọ campaign rally ana oba radio so be kasa se yen na so ye hwe na djuma na ede ne share ho a ehu ye sa aban sisa ye be pre na ya pam san kofo no enti nyame na ya dom se eba mimi de no yam pre ampam no nti no anka post we answer no sabeka no you must be a sitting a serving
FBA boss
yes enti ASI hwe anunyama area brain say just strike we kran anka still I handle dimu de anka still no g post ni fans o say ebi amoko share here meeting no akando ya that's his minister that's a minister her minister sa no dia bagana enti mesre say as ye chichiro man no ko yenim no say ye hu obi owo capacity say bio the background is stronger. Look, Director General of WHO is he Ethiopian? Yes, Ethiopian. Tedros.
Yeah.
Now Obi Ukosha, he was you see almost shed down. There are some countries almost shed down young people post. No more agree say well prepare no. Because before you can become WHO Director General, you should have a lot of international links. Also, when you be a the foreign affairs minister, that and you by force, but when did that? I mean, we exposed to the international community,
true.
And your background must be rich. Into we should have prepared Tedros. Time I didn't 2 months on no, you overqualified.
Oh wow.
Share Obisa Ayoko
Botry, yeah.
Commonwealth Director General. Intimate all the politics are. Boy yemunu. I finding some national and common grounds. I hono you be pushing your own thing. Na fair. Our hoa. So we call Bruchi. Now I see you be penny be the conference. You be share the original of free woman so. Exactly. I hono NDC MPP and find you.
This is so obe relocate to Rwanda.
Oh yeah.
In the FDA position about the houses.
Yes. Say into the motion channel.
Obia e also call no.
Yes.
E kwaya beda ho.
Say the motion channel only double. Say kwaya abeto. Enti se book it dim bia. Move on. There. Move on go fourth floor la. Nipa no nsanka. Obi me round it up no. Mesre. Obian can say we a former appointee. Sebi. My bizarre questions. Now, me senior brother, in whom I am well pleased. Me senior brother, me nijino who me penasem, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe. Now say all my interview. Me also no cry and I be friend.
Yeah, my friend twice.
Obi, and I be friend apoy. Yakobodom and I be ana. Oh Obi, you will quite be a first we are dear. Obi and new home be sawa sem. Sebi. And your only process, here, but how you even carry a process is important. Obi, and I be crying, call. Your friend,
Nancy,
the Okawukudi.
Nancy,
oh, Obi, my call. Me and I'm driving here. Me cry, me say a doctor, my lawyer, but me say lawyer, say me to car, but ain't in casa be dra. Ye, I won't be drew. Obi, I see me, you about driving a call, you and I be fee. The next day, see doctor, Sabe, say caution statement, terms be your mammy crata, me try me the coin. Obi, into Obi any people say, my beside Asem. Now, so you will quite be so offer the yard, dear. Obi Otina Bontin, law, my friend, with the reasonable man.
Yeah, the reasonable man.
Or to me, who say, when you open say, oh, chill, be big a car, and I'll be big as here. And the essence of politics is the fellow feeling. Your name be the tone, yeah. Now pay to tell where he say or to say MPP phobia crossing the nipa bi onu so MP or central region so do call o be tunu ka call commission say dey na mo yellow enye na asem na so na asem enti mesre na me kan asem we dey bia say enye obia ye ba na appointment and na ni ye ti say dia aka no we are all not the same obi o man poster o did hudi onya abote obi so wa bi o fire brand kakra enti enja wa bieja omo ye calm omo no mo friend say o aboteri aboteri je say won to me charge no na obi same aka kankasa no crap say your kwami ya bisa no den kwanko your some expression den kwanko na opa odi 1 week 5 days then be so be the input to a charge obi den kwanko se be maka aka
den kwa na o
den kwa oh petu say ya bo charge record how many pages are you here 5 working days to ask you for your input meanwhile no brother class any pano opa on catch ti mesre na onim de esre choir state agencies faso dealing with political opponents and okra etimi in the diplomatic community and no trouble whether there is real freedom and intimidation I say temperature or the thermometer or the measure temperature now there are people who seek asylum by citing how they are handled because of their affiliation. That's what I say. Yeah. And then Martin say people say, oh, and I can for altar, I don't know nobody name. Obi, say na me call na be on a normal day me obia. So frame your made member. But me enipa say me say me nua mo from nyina no and say dem cry be charge ida bobo no. Omo ko that place and we bush for 1 week. Na asem na me read dey bia na bia me land na program bi. Na ya frame say okoye hwewa. Onhwa. Me drink twice say hey. Been slow court now so the ekoi. What if before a court date bedroom na asem bia ere atomi. Ti mesre oye agency na oye wejuma ma de no nkoye gidigidi. In fact, Obi, is it not surprising say after all these years of OSP no so like I say one person face and I the office. You say na me expect say by now no say na AG's office. I say
state prosecutors.
Yes, Obi, yes. Oh, strong manism no, it doesn't last. Until now can me hope ni say after these few years and kananka ya then say na attorney general timi court ube wona unsha nipa no ko be sha no onye politician. You see this is a state prosecutor we be na ejuma kama so to mutimi cry to me retrieve huge sums dealing with politicians. They are professionals. And then the OSP from time yintimi shisha de no na de bia quiet say nipa na yama no post no this one no makasa obi anya ejuma wo ho. The message Obi, and you see sometimes you know it's all part of management and handling an organization. Yes. The more you remove your face and person, the better it is for both the organization and yourself. And they say, because some and to say Jabi say no or yari no okoda hospital na yari ebi obecha just say OSP no you leave the ekoso. Intimacy no more any want to me obi say oh want to me no okasa dodo and na no haro Obi democracy. The essence of democracy is to learn tolerance. Obi. Hey, na ye 30 million. Enyo bia na ohia petua. Ode ni besiri dem. Obi ye nyina nsa na yeti. Obi wo ho a wa hia wo kra yesi wo ye another party. Sebi o akonyo kra o ntra onche obetra the last one. Yeah. Obi a ni se no ohun wiase. Enti se na wuntumi ebi a ye raise no na brabo ebi okofa ye onim ebi a sebi wa fa places so kita watch kra so mo wiase nyina wo se hwe me watch obi turn 1000 that sa na ni make tie enu ma ni nya nipa body ai no nti no be ka se oh we kasa do nti be kire bi se ye tu sa na ma wan hwa o kire bi no na yesu ya be victims enti Obi mesre we all love this country na wo ka asem na anu a ene ye hu se na wo kan no se na sebi o wo ya azaka kra no ye de wo tina no na yesu anyansa na se sei se na petu kan no se sei mu de na enye electronic mu nji wo phone so ye do filling station ena moji na ye do wa ile mamo na ye di mamo yi na ye 500 Obi bi das
so me das honorable Petru finally ne sorry
Obi na man kwan na some kana what in one you phone what you asemi so nya dam not you anyway my yombongo the important aspect is what we appeal to Ghanaians what betia sino hu de kakra bi aye gibia no ayo mani ye na ye de yense no ye mana ye hold us to accountability na mo hwe dem mayejen ye di ye adwuma no anade ye mfanye adwuma if we couldn't do as we said na ye saba na ye kasam bia bioma. I mean, posterity will judge us for whatever we have said. Set us say. So we are appealing to Ghana. Much as we are having low inflation rate, the dollar still coming down, the economy quite okay.
And we were last week.
Ozzy last week do the watch. Obi men kon some kra na ebien do. Asam na mpeda me fa pa ye nua won to me na asam. Such as say it serve as some sort of learning in life. Na abrabomu no se suman krofo ebien na mokodu oye de eminamim no anyo baba no nkitahwe ne mommo beye din no obaba with something. Now there are two words scholars used to say, seeking for and looking for. You being the lawyer, you can explain it better than I, because if somebody is looking for something, it could be a casual looking. It is smart but them had their omra mosha or neighbor na ibisa never me who Mike Crope. But the one that is seeking for, it comes obashushen ye. Now we too will label everything that is. That is my advice to when you want to me. Okay. So what I say. Say bia men can that dam not say. Say bia and there may be all from one free there. Mawa yenti no bika. Moke canon some and I do no bika. It should serve as a deterrent and advice to him going forward, the way he carry himself, the way he talk in public, the way he address things in public. Such as say, ye can pain kwa on my 100 gold is a something no. Say 100 gold. A better TV to check gold bars and then it's a something that we can even take you on. Embrebe na more quite there. The new law. Embrebe no more quite there. You can. So yeah, you saw you holding gold. Now bring the gold. Set my mission. I say, Nina, the way you do yourself. So my advice to him, onshene kasaye, onshena diye, na mono wa femunu, ana mono ye no, obia yen kese cheno, order sutu obia nya den, enya no hwe. Set my mission. I say, why any bibi party them? I mean, you boy recadeo, NIB before invite no. Matthew Poku Prempe also invite no. They invite him in the mood that brother, them the minister, former into Brana Bebwayan. People went there. Ebi o chemisukra mekoho. But it depends the mood at the bed and and how you carry yourself the way we carry you.
Yes.
Also, Kwada 5 days I went did he. That is left to him. When did he that is left to him. And Kasama ye pay when he in there. Wobobo yoko for your friend saying accusation.
Yes.
Set I say, me we free no. Woba more accusation say, what do you want to me better than one more manage bayendi? But so when two man kada yoko for a manage bayendi, no so no when did for 5 days no one no ma. And then me what couldn't tell you yoko for so them allow him not to eat for 5 days.
And so say on there into force.
Into forcing. But baby and I baby say yoko.
That's true.
Set us say. So they must force him to eat. As at that time na general kodono, one man can check Ghana for there. And you know, wound to me why I manage by also rindi. They all kept quiet. It is a baby banner so wound to me, Yamin Pengu, man in Sida, Birin si. There, way from Ekosha also, or come no kuna. Have they done right? Our role, so rindi. But also rindia, you must let us know. It's part of their work. Set my mission say. Now my next time the BB bar and kwanko for yene biamba. Appointee bia offered or your former appointee and I before national security button suffering. Just go. In your war a peko. Ebina eka special prosecutors assuming. Ofolatas or baba first week of May or baba second week of May. Wamba sat now. What is preventing you? Are you afraid? So what do botuma? 1 or 2 days, 48 hours. We will grant you bail. Then the case will go to court to determine whether you did or you did not. Okay. But till now, you are running. Nobody known. Finally, Mamemo ye mame na bado to them oba na bado mimi na bado nyame nhira no the way to my excel no to that point na wo hwehwem wo Africa no nobody was selected no was selected nyame nhira no and I pray for her say oduwa edwuma ye wo Ghana wo hu nya wo bo na bado no onkoye dam ho no fa som yeba enti obi wonso nyame nhira o and then mama am had kakra better man
that's the Gomua East Member of Parliament and Motene kan earlier Dr. Bernardo Koboy Ekasai na I was here shani wrap up okomankra babet na se Kobe Stone ye the live commentary bremo UEFA the Nations League yes Spain and France bo and the live commentary bremo it cracker of a game ain't